What kind of deal is this?
I'll play my one creature.
What is this?
This is an enchantment.
That's tough. You lying Sinclair!
I'm just.
I don't know how you feel like with enchantments. It gets very difficult very quickly.
This isn't
There's-
fair.
Oh, you can start using the tackle box too.
I won't swing any myriad creatures. You will not receive any damage from the
Wow. All right, Master. It's you and
No,
me.
you never make a deal with the master.
What the hell?
You
The
can't
War
make a deal with the
The
master.
War Doctor goes places. All right, everybody.
Welcome to the
Oh,
dark
geez.
side.
All right, very good. So I can attack anybody, then deal the damage where I choose. I will just attack you, Carmen, and when I do, I will deal 59. You have the most life, I believe this is correct.
Not anymore.
Well, really, we all have one life right now, if you think
I will
about
deal-
I regenerate mine.
it.
Carmen, take 59 to the face.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
All right. Maybe you will regenerate to something else. Who's to say, really? But Clara still sticks around as the Auton soldier.
May I have the Clara card so I can actually read it?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think I'm gonna have to play on a few other cards. I will to try and stay alive here. I'm gonna play Layla, the Blade Reforged, which can maybe do some real blocking work for me.
You're gonna need it.
I'm gonna play tap 3 mana. I will play the Pandorica off the of the Doctor. I can choose to not untap it during my untap step. Then I can pay 1 and a white to untap another non-land permanent, and it phases out. It can't phase in for as long as the Pandorica remains tapped. When it becomes untapped, that phases in. Basically, it locks something inside the Pandorica for as long as the Pandorica's around. Makes sense.
Greatest threat to the universe.
I will
It's
pay.
Gavin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will pay 2 mana, and the Pandorica is gonna lock somebody up. And I think we're gonna lock up Ace, Fearless Rebel.
Boo.
All right, so we're gonna exile, or she gets phased out, so she keeps her counters. I did phase something else. I'll put an even 60 counters on the War Doctor. And then I will play Spine Rock Knoll. Look at my top 4 cards.
It's like rock, paper, scissors. Spine, rock,
Hopefully
no.
she doesn't tell me to get an herb.
And
Just
I'm
kind
going
of
to
mindlessly planted that herb.
put this under the Spine Rock Knoll. I did put 1 more cards into exile, so I'll put another counter on the War Doctor and a counter on Layla. I want to keep the Greaves on my War Doctor. I think, given what's going on here, maybe I might just have to put it on Layla to help get a bit of extra protection. There.
I think it.
So I'll
You're
put
at
that on Layla, the
Snapdragon's
Blade
Orphan.
Reforged,
Nice.
and that is going to be my turn. Master, you are up. Oh no.
Say his name. Say
I honor
it.
my deals, Doctor. At the end of your turn, I will cycle Canyon Slough for 2. And I will draw a card. And I will untap. And I will draw a card for turn.
Oh no, I do not like
I
that.
really, really want to do this, but
I mean, you should do it. You are the master. You are the man.
no,
of
the,
chaos.
the other evil plan was good too, but this one is a good one as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to play Haunted Ridge for my turn. It's funny when your evil plans multiply, as if they had myriad of them on their own, you know. I'm going to move to combat, therefore taking up Urbrask's Forge. I will honor our bargain,
Very,
Doctor.
very good.
I will create yet another Phyrexian Horror. I don't have another Phyrexian
We don't
Horror.
have
Because no one
another.
anticipated that I'd make another one.
Here, you can
So-
use,
Use that copy token.
you can use this copy token of
All right, thank you.
another Phyrexian Horror. See, because it's Jace, Phyrexian Horror, because he got Phyrexianized. Anyway,
Oh, we love a theme.
yes.
All right, so right, moving to combat, I will honor our bargain, as I said, and I will only swing with my trampling Phyrexian Horrors, and it's a total of 11 trample damage coming to you.
11 trample damage. So let me ask you a few questions here, Master.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to, if I work to destroy Gavin on my turn, your agreement does not prohibit you from helping me destroy Gavin?
I believe that is the truth.
I'm feeling like I'm gonna take the 11.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to lose. The only way I'm going to kill Gavin is with everything. So I take 11.
You take 11.
But then who
I'm
will
gonna
you
die.
lose to?
Yeah. But see, this has just got me in a really bad spot.
Funny how that works.
Oh no.
Your turn.
You're just gonna leave
And
all
it
your mana
helps.
untapped.
All
Yes.
the myriad creatures basically
Correct.
don't do anything if there's only one opponent.
Right.
Well, except for attack.
Well, they... Details.
Yeah, details, you know. If you let me live, I can kill him on my turn with the War Doctor.
If I let you live, you'll kill him,
I kill him with the War Doctor. Yep, just my
and then I
turn.
kill you.
That's a good deal. We have to stop the master.
Yeah, I mean, I'll like might play some blockers or something, but I will not hurt your stuff. I'll just kill off his stuff. And
Why?
Kill his
Because
entire
all
person.
Why
three
do
of us...
that? Why not just let things progress as they should? We struck a deal.
Yeah, how are you gonna kill him?
And why would you kill me? We struck a deal. I'm protecting you.
No, you for the one turn. Yeah.
This
Exactly.
situation
So
is
why?
a paradox. We're not going to remember this, and if the master gets away, he'll wreak havoc on all of time.
I'm going to start by playing an overground farmland, and that is going to create a clue.
Nice work, Tireless Tracker.
You're going to die.
What? What? How are you gonna kill him if you kill me?
Moving to declare attackers.
All right, declare attacks.
All right, I'm attacking Gavin
What?
with Sally Sparrow,
Okay.
7th Doctor, and Tireless Tracker. Trigger, 7th Doctor, twice
Yeah.
because of Clara. I have 1, 2, 3 artifacts in play.
So you're gonna kill me no matter what, because I can only block one of them, and I'm gonna take 5 and die. And now you want me to play your guessing game.
Yeah, I want you to play the guessing
I
game.
want to play the guessing game.
You do have to guess.
I do have to guess. I have to
Twice,
guess
whether
and so
you live
I
or
am
die.
guaranteed dead. You know what though? I want to see a doctor take it down. So I will say, for the first time this game, I believe it is lower than 2 artifacts. Ooh, Angel of the
Angel
Ruin.
of the Ruins. When Angel of the Ruins enters the battlefield, exile up to 2 target artifacts and/or enchantments.
So
So
you
this
free
is
spell.
now in play,
Okay.
and I can exile 2 artifacts and/or enchantments. So we're gonna exile the Phyrexian machine thing that's in there. Urbrass Forge is gone, and then let's get rid of the
Thought Vessel.
Thought Vessel.
Okay.
Hey, your War Doctor gets counters, Gavin. That's so cool.
Second trigger.
Okay. Second trigger. I will say lower yet again. If it is higher, you can play it. Ooh, the Lunar Hatchling.
The Lunar Hatchling. It's a 6/6 flying trample.
It's free.
It's free.
Okay.
Attacks proceed.
It's sad to go like this, and the War Doctor was in such a great position. But I will. I'll block here. I will take 5, and I will perish. So this will die. You'll get the Pandorica will go away, so Ace will come back in untapped under your control,
Very nice.
and all of my stuff is finished. The War Doctor tried his best.
We doctors worked together to defeat the Master. That is what happened here.
Well, we certainly tried.
Or at least
Well-
we're going to, unless I screw it up somehow.
You never know.
We'll
Time
gotta find
will
out.
tell.
Time will tell. Time has told.
You've got a bunch of blockers now.
I do have a bunch of blockers. I have a bunch of mana. I've got a clue. I kind of want to keep that clue past turn.
All right. I will untap. I will draw for turn. I will play Rakdos Carnarium, bringing back the Temple of Malice to my hand.
So now the Master's at his weakest because Myriad stuff is not going to work anymore. So you at least got that. You got that going for
The
you.
one-on-one mass destruction would have been delicious, but unfortunately,
Master versus Doctor, just as it should be, I suppose.
moving to combat.
Yes.
Swinging with the team.
All right. Okay, so I am going to crack this clue just in case I draw a creature. My tracker gets a counter, and I drew a creature,
Hey.
which I'm going to play just because I need a blocker. Now, does all of this have trample? What's
No,
going on? None of
just
it.
two
Great. I'm going to flash in K9.
What does K9 do?
Affirmative.
Affirmative. As long as K9 Mark 1 is untapped, other legendary creatures I control have Ward 1, and I can tap it with blah, 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 blah. It's dying. K9 is a jump blocker. I block the Angel of the Ruins on the 6-1. Clara's going to block the 5-1. The Lunar Hatchling is going to block the War Chief Giant. And then I throw K9 under the bus on the other War Chief Giant. And then Ace is going to die heroically blocking the Master.
She will trade with the master.
Very well done, Ace.
All right. In that case, you take 5.
All right.
I cast Toxic Deluge.
Oh my God.
As an additional cost to cast Toxic Deluge, pay X life. I will pay 6 life, which should destroy every living thing.
That is going to kill everything.
Yes.
But, you know, Time Lords have a funny little trick.
What's that?
It's called regeneration.
Ooh.
No!
In response, until end of turn, target Time Lord you control gains when this creature dies, reveal cards from the top of my library until I reveal a Time Lord creature card. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest onto the bottom of my library in a random order.
In which case everything does die,
Yes.
but you, Doctor, come back to live another day.
Yes. And now, who does Sylvester McCoy regenerate into? Reverse regeneration! Reverse regeneration!
I remember
All right.
this episode.
If Colin Baker can save the day here, it will do his character and actor justice. This is a 3/3 with Time Lord's prerogative. Whenever you cast a historic spell, copy it, except the copy isn't legendary. This is no good to me. This ability triggers only once each turn. Oh my god. This is useless, just like the Sixth Doctor.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Such a Seventh Doctor thing to say right there.
Yes. Are you?
Pass turn.
Oh no, you're not bringing anything.
No, there's nothing else to do. I'm too expensive.
You're too expensive.
Classic master problem.
Classic master problem. Okay, untap, upkeep, draw. Oh my god. Okay, it's time for doctors. Lots of doctors. We're gonna go 2, 3, and then we're gonna pay the tax here to bring in the Seventh Doctor and get a copy of the Seventh Doctor. Too many doctors.
I remember this
Whoa!
episode.
Yeah.
I love it when there are 3 doctors.
Yeah.
This is the 3 doctors. Unfortunately, these doctors do not have haste. Move to declare attackers. Swing for you for 3.
No blocks.
And didn't play a land this turn. We're gonna go ahead and drop a plains. Tap 2 for a Mycosynth Wellspring. When it enters the battlefield or is put into graveyard from the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand. I'll go ahead and we'll just grab a forest.
One of the things we found in design a lot is you'd be like, I remember that episode. Of course that happened. And here we are. It's like, remember at the time when the Sixth Doctor created 2 copies of the Seventh Doctor?
No. The Sixth Doctor met the Second Doctor and the 2 Doctors.
Yeah. You got that card in there
Well,
too.
no, this
Very
one was
pro-
just lost in a fire.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. This is one of the ones lost in a fire.
Hey,
All right.
remember the Seventh Doctor regenerated back into the Sixth Doctor and then it made 2 more
Wow.
Seventh Doctors.
Oh, that was a classic who.
Classic who, yeah. Classic Doctor.
What an absurd idea going back to a previous Doctor. That is completely against everything that ever happened in Doctor Who. Only here could that happen.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say. I'm trying to say I passed the turn.
Thank you. At the end of your turn,
Yes.
I will sacrifice my command beacon to bring the master from the command zone into my hand.
The Master is a Time Lord as well. Has a funny habit of coming back from death, cheating
Withdraw,
death.
Return.
Yes.
I will play the Temple of Malice, scrying. I will put this at the bottom.
Don't want that one.
I had a lot of those this game. And I will play the Master Multiplied from my hand. 1, 2, 3.
So you know what's so cool about that? That's also the Doctor Who theme.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The heartbeat of a Time Lord.
And
Wonderful.
I'm afraid
That's
I
it?
just have to pass
That's
the
it?
turn.
Oh, snaps.
Really can't
Oh,
finish it.
snapsies. All right. Don't screw this up. Don't screw this up. All right. Well.
I think you drew a spell.
Oh, that is an island.
Let's go ahead and let's move to declare attackers.
Sounds good to me.
We are going to attackers with everything
All right.
at you.
And how big are they?
This is 3/6, 3/6, and 3/3.
That's big.
We have a trigger.
Okay.
And we have another trigger.
Okay.
So we're gonna play the guessing game.
Oh,
We
good.
have 1, 2 artifacts in play. Only two. And I'm gonna say, do you think this is bigger than or smaller than 2 artifacts?
Given your behavior, Doctor,
Yes.
I'm going to say that it's actually smaller than 2.
I'm gonna say it's smaller.
No!
Oh!
Misjudged you, Doctor.
Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield. If that card is converted mana cost 3 or less, it enters with 3 additional +1/+1 counters on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, creature card from among them. Where's a creature card? Okay, there's a creature card. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and say that the third Doctor comes into play. The third Doctor does not have converted mana cost 3 or less, but it does get +1/+1 for each non-creature token I control, which is none, unfortunately. When the third Doctor enters the battlefield, create your choice of a clue token, a food token, or a treasure token. I think that I'm still in the mood for clues.
Get a clue.
Get a clue this game. So actually, the third Doctor is a 3/3 now. Very appropriate. And we've got another trigger. And we've also now got another artifact. So now the question is that
back,
greater
how's your
than
video?
or less than?
How's what?
I'm just gonna say it's greater.
You're gonna say it's greater.
How's what?
Whatever video you're watching.
Damage?
Good.
Blockers? Master?
That's good.
Almost finished playing the magic game.
Master. And before damage is assigned, I will plumb the forbidden.
Ooh.
As an additional cost to cast this spell, I may sacrifice one or more creatures. When I do, copy this spell for each creature sacrificed this way. I draw a card and I lose 1 life. So it looks like I'm taking 6. The master will die. Going back to the command zone, I will draw 2 cards and lose 2 life.
I guess you're probably just digging at this point.
I
to
don't
try
see
to
any
find-
monkeys on the stream.
They'll be.
And I
they'll
will
be-
take
they'll be
6
here.
damage.
Second main, I
Gotta
think it's time to
prepare
bring
for the
Ace back
monkeys.
out, don't
I
you?
need to cook some
Let's go
shrimps.
ahead and we're going to say 2, 3, 4. We're going to pay the commander tax once, and then we're going to pay the commander tax a second time to bring in Ace, and I get a copy of Ace.
2 seventh Doctors, 2 aces.
2 seventh
That's
Doctors,
appropriate.
2 Aces.
I remember that. That was a double feature, right?
That's a great episode.
Pass the turn.
Doesn't look good for me, Doctor, I'm afraid. And I will play, unsurprisingly, this land. And I will
I also need
play
to mine this.
Rionia, Fire Dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Dalek Squadron. Has Menace and Myriad.
What does the Dalek do?
The Dalek will exterminate you.
Good luck.
Rionia says, at the beginning of combat, I will make a copy of another target creature I control, which is the Dalek Squadron, which will exterminate.
I will block with Ace and the copy as well.
That's all I've got for now, Doctor.
Untap. Upkeep, draw. And I think it's time for far, far, far too many Doctors to come your way. When we attack, we've got a lot of triggers.
No!
Do you want to play any final guessing games before you die?
No, Doctor.
No?
Done. Yes. No. Yes.
I warned you that this always happens. And now you know what happens next. I forgive you.
No! Right, so how fair was that? 3 doctors against 1, not very fair at all. When the tables are turned, when there's 3 masters against 1 doctor, then you'll see a massacre.
Well, I guess if there's one lesson to take away from this, don't make any deals with someone called the Master.
Well, I was out first, but it looks like the master is stopped for now.
There, that should do it. But there's still evil lurking about. Stacks players, extra turns players. Come on, we've got work to do.
Next time on Shuffle Up and Play, Kisses and Hugs.
Today, Aaron Hansen picks the format. What did you choose for us today, Aaron?
Under $50? This is Ogdus the Dragon Slash.
Hi, I'm Spencer Crittenden, Akeem the Soaring Wind.
My commander is Volrath the Fallen.
Hi there, I am Talia Vez. Yargle. And Multani.
Ah!
What?
Gargle! What do you live in a glen?
No, well, maybe.
Kind of. This is a hard decision. I don't think it is. Just hit me.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a hard decision.
What? You haven't seen the
station agent?
He has a hat.
Oh, he doesn't have a hat.
Does anyone want to cut me?
Absolutely.
Not that way. But after the show, we can talk.
My video is ogre.
The time of the video is over.
I will have to find another video.
The Hyperloop is the world's most epic transportation system. It's a magnetically levitating train in a vacuum tube with a maximum speed of 1200 kilometers per hour. This idea from 1888 was first conceived by Elon Musk in 2012, when he said, Thus the Hyperloop was born, and immediately after, the best and the brightest pounced on the concept, aiming to revolutionize transit. It's been 11 years since Musk's fateful speech. He himself did not get involved in development, and he couldn't now even if he wanted to, as he's too busy signal boosting far-right lunatics on Twitter, while at the same time running the site into the ground. Only true geniuses can multitask like that. But thankfully, as I said, Musk wasn't the only one who saw promise in the Hyperloop. People just as smart and talented as Musk also jumped on the bandwagon, and before we knew it, a whole plethora of companies were competing to change transportation forever. We've been waiting 11 years for a functional Hyperloop system, and we're still waiting. But what are all those Hyperloop companies up to nowadays? Where are they now? First off, Arrivo. Arrivo is a Hyperloop company founded by Brogan Bam Brogan, yeah, that's his real name, who apparently kept an axe in his office with which he would punch a hole in the wall to let off steam. Now, that is a sign of a successful, well-run company. Though Arrivo started as a Hyperloop company, the vacuum tube idea was quickly abandoned in favor of maglev technology. You know, that thing which doesn't exist yet and definitely needs pioneering. So Bam Brogan was like, what if maglev, but worse? And so these magnetic car sleds were dreamt up, which were supposed to fix congestion. Because as we all know, adding more capacity to roads definitely won't motivate more people to get in their cars, thereby making congestion worse. Gee, I wonder if this is a well-known phenomenon we've been aware of since like 1930. Because if that was the case, that would make Arrivo and Brogan look real silly. Though thankfully, unfortunately, Arrivo went bankrupt a year later, ultimately forcing them to departo. Next up, Hyperloop Delft. Oh, I've been to Delft. It's a beautiful, small college town in the Netherlands. And now they're also building a Hyperloop. Founded in 2016, after 7 years of feverish development, they have a tiny proof of concept model. Ah yes, the Amsterdam-Paris Hyperloop, which is most definitely needed. If only there was a fast and convenient transit link between these two cities already. Look, I don't want to give them too much shit. They are a non-profit, and this is clearly just a university project. Students come and go every year, and they get some useful hands-on experience working on their prototype. Nothing will ever come of it, sure, but this is first and foremost an educational tool. Plus the whole work on the Hyperloop bullet point will look good on their CVs to recruiters who haven't watched my videos. Moving on, we have Hyperloop Italia. What is this website? Oh, it's one of those scrolling things. Alright. Let's watch the video. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so their videos seem to have been deleted. That's cool. Wait, these are just Hyperloop TT promotional images. Now, they must be their Italian subsidiary then. Wait, who is this guy? Is he crying? Sir, blink once if you're being held against your will. Since this is a subsidiary, let's look at the origin point instead. Hyperloop TT, the TT part meaning Transportation Technologies. They have a helpful section on their website exploring their progress so far. Okay, so in 2013 they were just starting out, 2014 the same, 2015 missing. Oh, 2016 was a busy year. They seem to have invented maglevs. Right, they just built a small-scale prototype. Revealing vibranium skin material. Wow! For those of you who don't know, vibranium is just a carbon fiber tube with some sensors in it. It's a name Elon came up with to appeal to sci-fi oriented young adults who are bad at interpreting social cues. Wow, what's this? Brno, Czech Republic, takes first step to create European Hyperloop connecting to Slovakia. Ah yes, Brno, the city that legalized parking on the sidewalk and that refused to help Ukrainian refugees who were of Roma ethnicity, left them out on the streets, and then tried to house them in a detention facility. Truly a place of progress and innovation. Back to the list, in 2017 it's more photo ops and PR stuff. 2018, wow, Hyperloop TT announces partners and construction start for commercial system in Abu Dhabi. It's happening, folks. Well, through the power of me reading this in 2023, I can tell you that absolutely nothing came of this project. Oh, I know this one. This is the Hyperport, the cargo hyperloop from the port of Hamburg into the continent. Because after a container spends 4 weeks on a cargo ship, it cannot sit on a train for 3 more days. It has to barrel down a €100 billion vacuum tube because that's how logistics works. Also, European Commission moves ahead in assessing hyperloop regulatory needs. Right, you might notice a lot of these articles are either just fluff pieces or they're about some institution starting a process to organize the meeting where they will discuss what food should be served on the gathering, where they scheduled a Zoom call to confirm the session where point 86/9/F of the agenda will be about what should we do with this Hyperloop thing. These mean nothing, yet the Hyperloop TT people put them out on their website nonetheless. If you ever had to pad out an essay at school, this might feel familiar to you. From 2019 till 2022, it's much the same. Feasibility studies, cooperation agreements that lead nowhere. Apparently they also released a bunch of Hyperloop NFTs, because of course they have. Their most recent news item is from 6 months ago about the unveiling of the second full-scale capsule at the convention. Curiously, photos are missing from this article aside from the headline image, but I went to Twitter and found 4 more, thankfully. Now you might think this is extremely embarrassing. After a decade of work, all they have is a static mock-up of the capsule that people can sit in. Except that's not the capsule's interior, that's a 2D canvas print stretched over the gaping hole of their empty tube. After a decade of work, this is all they have. A hollow tube with some studio lights slapped inside, wires and all, with 2 monitors that don't even match, playing videos on loop, no pun intended, next to the miniature mock-ups of their interior furniture. This is what they accomplished in a decade. Ukrainian engineers are out there changing modern warfare with hardware they invented and built from scratch in a year during an active war and are mass-producing it out of a shed. Meanwhile, these morons couldn't accomplish more than a carbon fiber sewer pipe after a decade. Finally, we have Hyperloop 1, formerly Virgin Hyperloop, formerly Virgin Hyperloop 1, formerly Hyperloop 1, formerly Hyperloop Technologies. If one company is going to make the Hyperloop real, this is it. While other companies were just a loose collection of consultants and idea guys barreling towards bankruptcy, Hyperloop 1 means business. They have funding, real professionals, and an actual working prototype with humans in it. An actual working pod, which my friend Thunderfoot suspects to be a piece of jet fuselage encased in plastic, and I tend to agree. They even performed a successful test run. Following that, Virgin perhaps realized that this is an extremely dangerous, impractical and stupid idea, so they pulled out of the project. And then Hyperloop 1 announced they would focus on freight instead and started laying off employees en masse. Their website is now an empty void with a new site coming soon message with a faint render of the cargo Hyperloop capsule ominously rotating in the back. And I, for one, can't wait to see the actual renders of this epic project that won't happen in a million years due to being a fundamentally stupid and impractical idea. So, after a decade of work, all these much-hyped Hyperloop companies have basically nothing to show for it. Tiny models, empty mock-ups, scrapped prototypes, and dissolved companies. And this is not because the evil fossil fuel or train lobby is trying to sabotage them, rather because the Hyperloop, cargo or passenger, is just an incredibly stupid and impractical idea, where all you need is one crazy person blowing up one section of one tube somewhere, and the resulting vacuum failure, plus the wall of 1 atmosphere air rushing in, will immediately turn hundreds of people into canned spaghetti. This is assuming they can even maintain such an enormous vacuum chamber, deal with the problem of heat expansion, tectonic activity, extreme weather, and so on, after managing to somehow purchase all the land needed across multiple countries in a straight line to be able to even potentially start construction. Seriously, all technical impossibilities and impracticalities aside, try drawing a straight line between 2 large cities and see how many villages, cities, lakes, rivers, national parks, and so on are in your way. Places where you cannot build but can't go around because your 1200 km/h pods cannot do sharp turns and would need an almost completely straight line. Once again, this is just a land acquisition. We haven't even talked about all the technical issues which make this whole project impossible. If you want to know more about those, I have a video about it you can check out, link in the description. Having reached the end of this train wreck, no pun intended, allow me to present the cherry on top. In the book titled Elon Musk, written by cultist Ashley Vance, on page 470, you will find the following. Musk had been thinking about the Hyperloop for a number of months, describing it to friends in private. The first time he talked about it to anyone outside his inner circle was during one of our interviews. Musk told me that the idea originated out of his hatred for California's proposed high-speed rail system. He insisted the Hyperloop would cost about 6 to 10 billion, go faster than a plane, and let people drive their cars onto a pod and drive them into a new city. At the time, it seemed that Musk dished out the Hyperloop proposal to make the public and legislators rethink the high-speed train. He didn't actually intend to build the thing. With any luck, the high-speed rail would be cancelled. Musk said as much to me during a series of emails and phone calls leading up to the announcement. Down the road, I might fund or advise a Hyperloop project, but right now I can't take my eye off the ball at either SpaceX or Tesla, he wrote. What you just listened to was a direct admission that the whole Hyperloop project was pure bullshit from the start. A cynical scheme devised by Musk to try to sabotage California's high-speed rail project to preserve the dominance of the car. Thankfully, he was about as successful with it as with running Twitter. But the sad part is, this scam has managed to kickstart a decade-long effort by people of lower than average social literacy to try and make their God's vision become a reality. It's a sad sight to behold, but honestly, did we really expect anything more than that? And this is the state of the Hyperloop in 2023, or This video is sponsored by Private Internet Access. This video is not sponsored by the Hungarian Railways. In fact, this video contains a substantial rant directed against them. God, they suck. In July 2023, I had a radical idea, namely to travel from Germany to the north of the Czech Republic by train outside the Prague-Berlin main line. This is a feat nobody has attempted for almost a century, so I figured the task is up to me now. Having written my will beforehand, I headed from Leipzig to a town called Freiberg, where my train would depart towards the
Seizure on the dirty ground.
There it was, the Shinkansen.
What?
Well, imagine you made movies so you could record women having seizures on the dirty ground.
Actually, it's a Stadler Regio
Shark
Shuttle. It's a pretty good
Exorcist?
train for countryside operations. It's small but scalable.
To one of the other
Floor
ones.
has AC, no complaints there. You can even see into the driver's cabin, which is cool. It was so far so good on my doomed journey to the Czech Republic. It was pretty hilarious how this small-ass train was flooring it through the forest. So kudos to Germany, the tracks are mostly in order. For those of you interested, this is the RB83 from Freiberg to Holzhau. So yeah, we're going to Holzhau right on the Czech border. There we go, getting close. This does look like a Holzhau to me. And we're here. Better get off now, since according to the sign, this train will continue on to Nicht einsteigen, and that isn't somewhere you want to be. Alright, so it's time to get on the train to the Czech Republic. Alright, I guess it's going from over there behind those trees. A bit further on. Uh-oh, I can feel the dramatic tension building. And for good reason. Searching for my train connection just behind the tree line. In the ditch. There it was. Well, there's my problem. The line has a significant missing section. Between the stations Holzhau and Moldova Vykrušný Horách, a good 8 kilometers of track is missing.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
But the thing is, I still have a train to catch on the Czech side, so better get going. The Free State of Saxony. If you want to go by train, fuck you. Get a car, idiot. Global warming isn't real. To be fair, there have been increasing talks about restoring this line, and none of the two sides, Sachsen and Ústecký Kraj, oppose it. Only you need to get funding from somewhere. How and when this will be done is unclear. In the meantime, it's jungle diving for passengers. Though there have been some good precedents already. A bit to the east, around Dresden, a few years ago they plugged a similar gap in a track on the border, enabling the start of the U28 local line. And it has been popular both with locals and tourists since then. There is also the Johann Georgenstadt to Karlovy Vary connection, which is also okay, but that would be too much of a detour. Plus I came here to suffer and to chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of gum. So let's get on with my low-budget German reenactment of Tropic Thunder. By the way, as I said, this video also includes a substantial rant about the Hungarian Railways and the trash fire they call Eurocity service in this area, so look forward to that in a bit. In the meantime, I gotta move fast through this forest as I've seen some squirrels around. And squirrels, just like cats, are controlled by government satellites, as we all know. To prevent the Saxon deep state from using the squirrels to view your browsing history, I recommend using Private Access VPN to do just that. For the two of you who don't yet know what a VPN or a virtual private internet is available customer support in case you're having trouble. To the forest. Aside from the whole catastrophic lack of vigilant strategy for cross-border rail traffic, the area is quite nice, though on the German side rather underdeveloped, funny enough. As you're making your way on the clearing that used to be the train track, you can listen to the sounds of traffic on the brand new road parallel to you. The surroundings really are picturesque. Imagine a Switzerland-style panoramic train traveling here. I'm dreaming, of course. On both sides of the border, there are way too many conservative boomers in government whose ass cheeks are 70% BMW seat leather at this point through decades of pressure osmosis. Next to the trail, parts of the old rails are begging to the ground to spite me.
Stretch.
Hey look, even the old rail bridge is still here. No rail on it though. Makes sense, as the company BMW X5s and Mercedes G-classes cannot travel on rails. So rebuilding it would be practically useless. Oh, and there's also a creek. I just wanted to show you, it looks nice. By the way, when I'm standing still, that wobbling is my heart rate. When not recording, I'm going at a very fast pace because I have a train to catch, on the other end of a goddamn hiking path. Here's the German-Czech border. Have fun hiking in the Bohemian ore mountains, fuck you. I'm hiking here against my will. Just build a fucking train. Here's a beautiful creek to assuage my negative feelings. Look how it flows. And just like how taxpayers' money flows into pointless highway projects while the fucking rail network is falling apart in front of our... Okay, it's time to move on. On the Czech side, there is an actual paved cycle path, which is neat. Germany could build one as well, but SUVs wouldn't fit on it, so it would be pointless. The area is unique, as it hasn't really changed much over the centuries, providing a cool time window for us. Now entering the village of Moldava, a settlement of like 15 houses up in the mountains, which still has better public transit than Los Angeles. After a half-an-hour march, I finally reached the center. There's the German border again. And of course the obligatory alcohol and cigarette stores for boomers. I made it earlier than I thought. I still had about 40 minutes till my train, so I spent my time in the local cultural center. After some self-education, once I felt smart enough, I moved over to the station. Finally I reached my connecting train, and all it took was 2 hours of jungle diving. Time to take this former Deutsche Bahn Series 628 diesel multiple unit, first produced in 1974, overhauled and operated by Gave Train. I actually have no complaints here considering the circumstances. The train has AC, Wi-Fi and power sockets, also an LCD information screen. Through the overhaul, they get out pretty much everything they could out of this classic set. Also the toilets are just aesthetic. And off we go. At this point, my task is to get back into Germany. So I need to take this train through the mountains, down into the flatlands, where I can hopefully reach the Czech main line. Along the mountain track, time was frozen in the early 1900s, so did the track infrastructure, hence the incredible speed the train produces. Despite the century-old infrastructure, the area has not been abandoned. The track on the Czech side was reinforced last year, so they're clearly counting with service here. After some more near Max speed travel, I finally reached the Czech local line, which connects into the main line. It is newly renovated, with some work still ongoing. Full track replacement, a speed increase of up to 135 km for local trains. It's neat to be in a country that takes its rail network seriously. Local service is operated for now with overhauled S-Bahn cars with a converted control car at the front, nicknamed Gopher. This is a great example of how to make the most of what you have, even if you don't have Swiss-level resources. And now, on to Ústí nad Labem, where I hope to catch something towards Germany. Currently, we're going on one track, as the other one hasn't been put down yet. Czechs tend to give their rail administration a lot of shit, but works are constantly ongoing, and there is a mostly clear strategy as to what the hell they want to accomplish. Unlike my dear home country, Hungary. Oh fuck, this is the foreshadowing, I guess. At the Ústí nad Labem station, I got off in hopes of a train to Germany. Only, little did I know it was a Hungarian Railways Hero City, sporting the so-called Intercity Plus cars. The stupid-ass goddamn Intercity Plus cars that are the reason why we can't have nice things. Okay, so let me explain. So, the Austrian Railways. We all know them, we all like them. Quality rolling stock, rock-solid strategy, sky-high punctuality. If Switzerland is the rail mecca of the world, Austria is a very close second. In the early 2000s, Austrians looked at their distance train fleet, still quite impressive even then, and thought, how could we make this even better? The bulk of their fleet were the well-known Graz-simmering Eurocity cars. These things were built in the 70s, 80s and 90s, and turned out so well that other Central European rail operators couldn't stop buying them second-hand. The Hungarians run them, the Czech Railways run them, RegioJet runs them, the Graz-simmering Eurocity cars are the heroine of Central European carriers. Why did the Austrians sell these if they were so good? Because they knew better. They could have easily kept them and maintained a still very high quality service for 30 more years, but instead they decided to fundamentally improve and innovate their service. The RailJet program was launched, which instantly became their world famous, massively popular flagship product. So what's so good about them? Each train has 7 to 9 cars that are permanently coupled. This means the vestibules open into each other and you can walk from one end of the train to the other without having to climb through dark, loud gangways and have to open 8,000 sliding double doors on the way, half of which aren't functioning. Because of this, the train is more spacious, quiet and less prone to electrical defects, as the cables between the cars aren't plugged and unplugged constantly, as cars don't need to be switched. The last car is a control car, enabling much faster turnaround times without the need to unhook the locomotive when changing direction. Sets are capable of 230 km per hour and are pulled exclusively by Siemens Euro Sprinters. Every time you travel by RailJet, you know exactly which part of the train is where and what level of service you can expect, as every train is uniformly put together and equipped on the inside. The RailJet service is a fucking masterpiece. It represents the absolute peak of regular, non-high-speed distance rail traffic in Europe. Fuck the ICE4, fuck the Pendolino, it's all about the RailJet. They're so good, the Czech Railways is bulk ordering them, and even Amtrak can't help but ape them with their new Aero sets. And that's not all. A new generation of RailJets is already on the way. Double-decker electric multiple units, basically souped-up Intercity Stadler kisses. Level boarding, superior rate of acceleration and deceleration, 200 km per hour top speed. These things are the new gold fucking standard for below high-speed distance rail travel. Coming to you in 2026. So, this is what the Austrians are up to. With this context in mind, now we can start talking about the Hungarian Railways Intercity Plus. Once upon a time, like 15 years ago, government officials, together with the Hungarian Railways leadership, looked at the state of the Hungarian railway. Half a century-old rolling stock, infrastructure falling apart, complete lack of vision, strategy and funding, constant breakdowns, general chaos. They saw all that and decided they needed a Hungarian-made passenger car. The vision was that they needed a Hungarian-made passenger car. The strategy was that they needed a Hungarian-made passenger car. And the goal was that they needed a Hungarian-made passenger car. How will they use it? What service do they want to provide with it and where? What's the overarching concept this new car will be a part of? Who knows? We'll just figure it out as we go along. Thus, the Intercity Plus project was born. The first two prototypes were presented in 2013, 5 years after the first railjets went into operation. Then it was 4 more years till mass production started. 500 cars were supposed to be built, of which they managed 92 till funding was cut. The cars were built in a Hungarian Railways maintenance workshop, which was pretty remarkable considering the workshop had a significant shortage of repair capacity and employees. But they managed to build IC Plus cars by not overhauling existing cars. The end results? The railway's best shit. Their highest quality Spanish CAF Eurocity cars were rotting on side tracks for years as a massive car deficit plagued the entire Hungarian rail system at the same time. And for what? See, generally, in rail passenger traffic, there are 3 types of trains you can run. Classic sets, that's locomotive plus passenger cars. Push-pull sets, that's locomotive plus passenger cars plus a control car. And there are also multiple units. Push-pulls are superior to classic sets because it can change direction without having to unhook the locomotive, so it can go around the set and then having to rehook it on the other side. The driver just walks over to the control car from where they can remotely control the locomotive in the back. Problem solved. This provides massive savings in time, money and labor. And then there are multiple units which are superior to both classic and push-pull sets. They have multiple smaller motors that can accelerate the train far better. These vastly superior dynamics come in very handy when trying to work down delays. Also, they are low floor and can have more doors on them, which significantly speeds up passenger exchange at stations. Of these 3 categories, the railjet is in the second, though it's closer to multiple units as it's permanently coupled. The Intercity Plus, however, is just a reproduction of the classic set. Way to trap your railway in the 1960s permanently by reproducing obsolete solutions. No, not even the 1960s. The Hungarian Railways has been operating its BDDF control cars since 1963, designed to work together with their workhorse V43 locomotives in suburban traffic. Half a century later, when producing brand new distance rolling stock, they somehow forgot a lesson they already figured out shortly after World War II. The IC Plus cars themselves are of generally poor quality. Here are the issues I documented just in one vestibule of one car after standing there for 2 minutes. The speaker is misaligned, the screen is falling off, the ceiling panel is about to fall down, that white wall panel's edges are highlighted with grime far better than the most artisanally made Warhammer Tau Empire miniature, and otherwise it seems like no 2 panels were fitted together correctly. But the biggest crime against humanity was that they didn't just stop at producing low quality new cars. Oh no, their best, highest quality CAF Eurocity cars also got the IC Plus treatment, turning their best, most well designed golden age of rail interiors into something out of a cheap countryside bus. This includes their beautiful red and gold restaurant cars, which now look like village buffets. I've actually visited the restaurant car on the train back to Germany. I ordered a beer and some food, but service was so chaotic I only ever got my beer. Of the 2 waiters, one just sat around looking at us while the other barely spoke English. It wasn't a problem for me, of course, we spoke Hungarian, but taking other passengers' orders in broken English was an excruciatingly slow ordeal. As an extra, the waiter did not note down which table ordered what, so every time something was done, he toured around the entire car, food in hand, trying his best to describe what he was holding in broken English, hoping someone would recognize their order. I waved him down, told him to forget my food order because it's been an hour already and I'm getting off in 10 minutes. I paid, which consisted of him plopping down the card terminal on my table and then immediately leaving. Afterwards, I went to the toilet where there was no liquid soap as usual. Thankfully, the Hungarian Railways always put an extra block of soap in each bathroom as a standard. But these cars were designed with the assumption that their operator is capable of the Herculean task of refilling the liquid soap. So the bathrooms don't have a block soap holder. Because of this, railway workers just throw the soap into the sink for you to fish it out. But here, creative passengers wetted some hand wipes, stuck a fistful on the windowsill, and embedded the soap into it as a makeshift soap holder. Isn't that great? On the wall opposite to the sink, there was a coat hanger, which, in my opinion, represents the attitude and current state of the Hungarian State Railways better than a 1000-page essay could. At some point, the coat hanger fell off and someone tacked the wall under it, so in the maintenance depot, they screwed it back, skewed with 2 different types of screw, and without cleaning the tag from under it first. What an excellent representation of their whole operation. A tiny tip of a massive iceberg of shit. And this? was my rant about the Hungarian railways. Once I got off the train in Dresden, the rest of the trip was fine. DB has a decent service to Leipzig using Bombardier Talent electric multiple units. So, to sum up, the Hungarian railways suck ass, and I can't wait for the Holzhau-Moldova gap closure to happen so that passengers don't have to hike 2 hours in a forest to catch the connection. The Czech railways, they deserve praise. They've been doing plenty of neat stuff lately, only they should stop giving every new train set a new name. Oh, and their track numbering
Have
system
you had that
makes
Temper
zero
Us minion
sense.
forever?
But
Is that
otherwise,
recent?
impressive work.
That's not mine.
Good for them. Alright,
No.
that's the end of this video. It was quite the roller coaster, but I hope you had fun watching it. Otherwise, thank you for watching, and do consider
Like,
supporting
how
me
am
on
I supposed to
Patreon
know
if
how
you
many
like my
people are
content.
inside your clown
And
car?
I'll be
There's
seeing
8
you next
billion
time.
people cooking. Let them cook. We all
Cooking
have
sea
to-
urchins.
We all have to cook.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. In the year 2000, archaeologist Mark Abbey was working at an excavation in the ancient Greek city of Aphrodisias. Thousands of sculpture fragments were recovered and delivered to archaeological depots pending their exhibition in museums. The statues they dug up were pure white, an aesthetic that continues to inspire our modern architectural and artistic styles to this day. Decades later, Mark Abbey visited one of the archaeological depots, and upon examining the statues closer, he was shocked to find spots of color on them. Red pigment on lips, black pigment on hair, gilding on limbs. This discovery put classical statues and architecture in a completely new light. Could it be that we were completely wrong about our perception of the classical era? Worse, apparently archaeologists and museum curators have been scrubbing off this paint residue from statues and architectural elements before presenting them to the public. In this New Yorker article, Abbey is quoted as follows: "Imagine you've got an intact lower body of a nude male statue lying there on the depot floor covered in dust. You look at it up close and you realize the whole thing is covered in bits of gold leaf. Oh my god, the visual appearance of these things was just totally different from what I've seen in the standard textbooks, which had only black and white plates in any case. This was a sensational discovery. It turns out that our perception of classical art and architecture was indeed completely and utterly wrong. Researchers got to work to correct this historical misunderstanding, and when they published their findings, everyone celebrated them and the work they did. Thank you for watching. No wait, I'm sorry, I mean they started getting death threats from the far right. What's going on here? Why did this seemingly innocent discovery cause such an uproar? Let's find out. Ancient statues first started getting excavated on a large scale in the Renaissance era, when there was a great revival in interest towards everything classical. There was also a newfound scientific drive to label and categorize everything. Additionally, there was the transatlantic slave trade. The intersection of these three things produced a bizarre vortex ancient statues and architecture got sucked into, and we continue to suffer the consequences to this day. And so if we consider... sorry about the noise, there is a battle going on, courtesy of War Thunder, the sponsor of today's videos. I react to the climate catastrophe from an intriguing archaeological for you. Now, back to the video. So what the hell is up with this color business? How do we go from an intriguing archaeological discovery to neo-Nazi death threats? To understand what happened, we need to go forward in time. The year is 3023. Centuries after the climate catastrophe, archaeologists are excavating the ruins of Western civilization when they make a sensational discovery. They unearth the remains of an ancient DVD store, where they find a well-preserved piece of disc-based media. According to linguists, the title refers to some sort of ruler of finger-based jewelry. Miraculously, the video is mostly intact, though there is no sound. This causes a global sensation, as the society of 3023 happens to be going through a Western civilization revival period, where they rediscover old Western culture and incorporate aspects of it into their own. They are also strangely obsessed with height and consider tall people to be inherently superior to short people. Work begins to decipher the meaning of this disc-based media. After months of studies and analyses, researchers present their conclusion. This ancient piece of media is about the superiority of tall people. Obviously, right? A group of short people set out on a quest where they constantly need the help of tall people. As the short people bumble around the landscape, hapless and tiny, the tall people wage all the important civilizational battles in the background. They also discover the ruins of a short civilization in the mountains, having been decimated by superior, tall adversaries. Though the short people do win in the end, scholars associate this unexpected twist with the growing self-hatred of Western tall people in the time period. It is commonly understood that Western civilization fell due to the importing of short people from abroad. In this era of decline, tall and short people were allowed to marry, producing inferior offspring. Movements associated with height pride became frowned upon, and tall people increasingly suffered from height guilt. This ultimately doomed Western civilization, as the inferior Short people were allowed to infiltrate centers of power, they mismanaged the government, causing it to falter and then collapse. Thankfully, the civilization of 3023 had embraced height supremacy in time before history could repeat itself. What you've just listened to was an example of misrepresenting the cultural products of a past era to suit contemporary ideological needs. It's a way of falsifying the past in service of the present, whether deliberate or accidental, which is exactly what happened with ancient buildings and statues. See, thinkers of the Renaissance period had some relevant ideological problems, discrepancies they couldn't quite resolve, such as humans are supposed to be the highest form of life, the crown jewel of God's creation, and yet we're selling our fellow humans into slavery and working them to death in the colonies for profit. How do these two things fit together? They don't, right? It's either one or the other. Or so people thought, until the emergence of scientific racism. Born at the intersection of the slave trade, the drive to label and categorize things, and the new interest in the classical, scientific racism bridged the aforementioned contradiction. Turns out, once they arbitrarily categorize black people as inherently inferior to whites, suddenly it's more acceptable, even preferable, to keep them as slaves. We're not committing abhorrent crimes by debasing God's crown achievement. Oh no, we're sponsoring the backwards blacks, lifting them up from their primitive ways, and giving them proper, civilized work in the Americas. So really, they should thank us for what we do to them. This sounds completely ludicrous, but this was the actual Christian justification used to condone slavery. And this is where classical architecture and statues came into play. Whiteness was, and in many cases still is, associated with positive attributes: purity, nobility, grace, elegance, civilizedness, and so on. And oh, would you look at that, this past era of greatness is of that same color. Importantly, we white Europeans are also of the same color. Moreover, our facial proportions are closer to the ideal depicted by the statues, while blacks are farther away from it, meaning we are the superior ones. And this does sound silly when spelled out like that, but that's racism for you. From that point on, the white statues and buildings weren't just intriguing artifacts from a past era. They became mascots of white supremacy and tools for justifying racism. And there is a rich literature out there from the era detailing the racial hierarchy with statues as the gold standard. This hierarchy went ancient statues, Caucasians, Asians and Mongols, black Africans, monkeys, and then dogs. Yeah. So, alright, statues became symbols of white supremacy. Isn't this conclusion a bit far-fetched though? Not really. If you've ever encountered white nationalists in your life, you might have noticed them using the white statues as their symbols. That's no accident. Identity Europa, an openly white supremacist movement, particularly likes using them in their promotional material. And if you visit online circles where white supremacists are present, you'll notice quite a few white statue profile pictures and forum avatars. So yes, as we can see, white statues and the perceived whiteness of the classical era became part of the identity of modern white supremacists. So when Sarah E. Bond, professor at the University of Iowa, published an essay about the ancient era actually being quite colorful, she started receiving a flurry of death threats from white supremacists. Now, alright, I'm not a Nazi, you might say, but I still like the blank statues better. They look more majestic and elaborate, whereas many of the colorful statues look outright cheap. And that's fair enough, we all have different tastes. In some cases, where we don't have enough paint residue on the statue, we cannot fully replicate the layers, leading to very basic colorings without too many details or shading. Sure. But consider this, those statues for the most part are not contemporary art pieces, they are historical art pieces. And the primary reason we look at historical art pieces is not to look at beautiful things, but to look at history. And if history means colorful statues, then I want to see colorful statues, not our whitewashed, falsified idea of them. Case in point, I'm sure many people would prefer the Mona Lisa half naked, but that's no reason to put tits on her, is it? Because that would be a falsification of the original. So if a historical art piece also happens to be beautiful to the contemporary observer, that's just a bonus really. The main objective remains historical accuracy. Imagine if someone took a prehistoric cave painting and started erasing the parts they didn't like to make it look nicer. Or just remember those failed Spanish amateur restoration attempts. I'm sure the artisans thought that the St. George statue would look nicer with that color scheme, but thankfully in the end actual professionals restored the statue to its original colors. And there was also the famous Monke Christ and that fetal alcohol syndrome Mary. As ridiculous as these look, they are no different from what we did to classical statues when we scratched the paint off them. It's a ham-fisted, crude attempt to fix them, while in reality doing nothing but ruining the original and thereby falsifying history. I personally prefer the colorful statues because if they are fully replicated, they look simply awesome. And even if they aren't, at least it's as close to the original as possible. That way we can gain a real window into the classical era, not some bullshit whitewashed make-believe invented by 17th century pro-slavery eugenicists. But this false idea of a pure, white classical era got stuck in our culture, and it ended up producing some highly symbolic and famous buildings that are based on a complete misunderstanding of said era. For example, take a look at this picture I took at a museum. It's a funeral urn, and as you can see it's painted, and there is also the ancient equivalent of graffiti on it. And here I don't want to let Hollywood off the hook either. They too contribute to the whitewashing of the classical era, though I doubt it's on purpose. They are the same victims of this false perception as the rest of us. As a side note, they do the same thing with the medieval era. So instead of the colorful buildings, clothing and so on, we have everything dark, washed out, muddy and covered in shit. All this to say we could seriously use some historical readjustment. But today we have gotten to the point, or rather the global far right has gotten to the point, where if someone suggested restoring ancient statues as best as we can to their original colors, it would be denounced as woke nonsense. Degenerate creations meant to groom children into LGBT ideology with their aggressive colors or something. And don't believe me? We're at the point where a black kid playing Charlie in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory musical is woke, apparently. We really are in a vortex of far-right psychosis. After Bud Light did an ad with a trans woman, we had heroic, anti-woke warriors destroying beer at the local supermarket, which ended up being the wrong brand of beer. We got Kanye West become a Trump supporter and then declared DEFCON 3 on Jews. I could sit here all day and list off all the bizarre things prominent conservatives have been up to just in the last few months. But I think we can all agree that this isn't normal. This is absolutely deranged. To the average person, all of this is psychotic. And since they're going this far into crazy land, it's not hard to see that if we tried to correct our perceptions of the ancient era, they would go absolutely ballistic. So far only the neo-Nazis did so, but just wait until MAGA Republicans discover this issue and turn it into another goddamn culture war talking point. Because apparently everything has to be culture war nowadays. Well, except for War Thunder, which isn't culture war yet. I mean, can you imagine? Ah, you mean helicopters, that's woke. Quick reminder, use my link in the description to start playing to get a large free bonus pack and join the fight. But if you bring out a plane or a helicopter, I will nail you, so keep that in mind. So then, those of us who aren't affected by this deranged anti-woke culture war psychosis can just go to a museum and appreciate the artistic choices of people from the classical era.
One claims it's the company's only chance for survival.
Atari has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. 31-year-old
AWA presents the
Kodak is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
What's up guys, my name is Jake and welcome to the 20th episode of Bankrupts. The cruise industry is often a high margin, fast growing category of the leisure segment. And throughout the history of cruising, there have only been a handful of companies that have gone bankrupt. I've talked about a few of them on this show, like Premier and Crystal. But during the pandemic, another line based in Europe also met an abrupt end. While it was a cruise line partially owned by Royal Caribbean, the second largest cruise line in the world, the pandemic sealed its downfall with its entire fleet ending up in the breaker yards. It provided some truly surreal images of these modern ships being torn apart. So let's find out what happened here and what led to the catastrophic corporate collapse of Pullmantur Cruises. This episode of Bankrupt is sponsored by Nebula. Get 40% off an annual subscription by going to nebula.tv/brightsunfilms. It began in Spain in the mid-1990s with a small travel tour company. It was called Pullmantur, and they were ironically working with Premier Cruise Lines over in America, chartering one of their ships called the Sea Wind Crown. They were sailing it in the Mediterranean and were actually caught up in the bankruptcy of Premier in the year 2000, with the ship they had been chartering being seized by authorities. But Pullmantur took advantage of Premier's downfall, as all of their ships were being liquidated at huge discounts. Suddenly, their aspirations were more than just a touring company that leases ships. They wanted to be an actual cruise line that takes advantage of the quickly growing Mediterranean market. So the newly named Pullmantur Cruises purchased the former flagship of Premier, the former Big Red Boat, and renamed it to its original name, the Oceanic. Following a short refurbishment, they put their new ship into service by May of 2001. They did so with a new white livery complemented by a blue funnel and the red Pullmantur Cruises script on the hull. The Oceanic turned out to be a popular ship and generated a healthy profit, so much so that the cruise line was ready for expansion. They took on another ship, the SS Pacific, formerly a Princess line. There's actually a great photo of the Pacific and the Oceanic from the early 1970s, of both of them in the New York harbor together, and now they were once again paired in the Pullmantur fleet. A few other ships would join them through the next few years, either being chartered or bought out entirely by the cruise line. The company also introduced their own airline, starting with a fleet of 2 747s. By 2005, the line was Spain's fastest growing cruise line, and one of the largest cruise companies appealing to Spanish-speaking passengers sailing in Europe. Despite all of their ships being much older than other lines, their customer base was fast growing, and their
Cooking
profit
sharks.
margins were very healthy.
Tell
In
him, why
fact,
aren't you
Pullmantur
cooking
was
sharks right
capturing
now?
Nearly 36%
You
of
could
the
experience
entire
this joy.
Spanish-speaking market, with an annual growth
And or
rate
maybe
of
you are.
There are no
over
sharks in
10%.
space.
It was a very promising
There could
cruise
be.
line, and other companies took notice.
There could be.
One of them
Star
being the
Trek.
American cruise
That's
giant
space
Royal
jellyfish.
Caribbean. They were the second largest cruise line in the world, and they wanted into this market. So in summer of 2006, Royal Caribbean International announced their acquisition of Pullmantur Cruises. The deal would be completed later that year, and Pullmantur became Royal Caribbean's first wholly owned subsidiary brand outside of the US. They acquired the entire company for around 430 million euros, which is around $715 million today, converted and adjusted for inflation. They would also assume all of their debt, another 300 million euros worth. So the entire deal was close to $1 billion. The deal was exciting as Royal Caribbean was a powerhouse in the industry, and this acquisition could see the company build their very own ships, something that had already been rumored. In 2007, the changes within the company were already apparent. Royal Caribbean began transferring some of their ships from their other lines over to Pullmantur. The company would also continue to bring older ships outside of the Royal Caribbean fleet into theirs, sometimes turning around a vessel acquisition within a year like the MS Oceanic II. By 2008, however, the line narrowed their fleet image, retiring most of their older ships. From this point on, it seemed that Royal Caribbean was positioning Pullmantur as a cruise line that was geared to utilizing older ships that offered budget-friendly voyages. So they began using the line as a place to transfer Royal Caribbean's retired vessels from their main fleet. Some of those included Empress of the Seas, Sovereign of the Seas, as well as the Celebrity Horizon. Now, in Pullmantur's eyes, these were comparatively modern ships from what they had been sailing before, and the cruise line continued their rise in the European market. They also introduced a subsidiary brand called CDF, which was a brand created to appeal to the French market and would operate ships out of
400
France, though it would really only last a few years. Pullmantur Cruises continued to operate their voyages in the Spanish market, in many cases offering all-inclusive deals across their fleets. They also expanded their reach, sailing to destinations not only all over Europe, but to the Caribbean and South America too, capitalizing on the Spanish-speaking populations of Colombia, Panama, and Brazil. Their cruises captured a loyal but smaller fan base there, with many agreeing with the company's marketing that they were high in value and in quality. Many praised the crew members, the decently cheap fares, and the fact that it was all-inclusive. The ships weren't the most modern or the most flashy, but they were well taken care of, and because they originated from Royal Caribbean and Celebrity, they were higher quality than other budget lines in Latin America and Spain. By 2012, the company updated their brand image across the board, introducing new liveries for their cruise ships and their airline fleet, which was now up to 4 jumbo jets. Over the next few years, the strategy Pullmantur had been implementing wasn't exactly paying off. While initial projections were compelling that the positioning of the brand around Latin American countries would see significant growth, in reality it was a lot more volatile. They weren't seeing the same amount of growth they had experienced in Spain, and their larger ships just weren't filling up. It also didn't help that the Brazilian real, the primary currency
Why are
in
you
the country,
laughing?
had devalued over 20%
Because
in
Mike
just
is
a year.
drunk.
This resulted in the company repositioning their fleet back to their core market of Spain and reducing their total number of ships. Royal Caribbean would transfer Empress back to their mainline fleets and cancel the planned flag change of Majesty of the Seas. The restructuring of the company was well underway, divesting stakes in other divisions that were seen as non-core businesses outside of the cruise market. Clearly, Pullmantur wasn't the massive success it was seen from the outside, and Royal Caribbean apparently didn't want to be left holding the bag. In 2016, they sold 51% of their stake in the company to an investment firm called Springwater Capital, the same company which they had just sold their non-core businesses to. Royal Caribbean would continue to own a 49% stake of the company, but obviously not the controlling shares. For the next few years, it seemed as though the company as a whole was not performing like it used to. That was in stark contrast to their part owner, Royal Caribbean, as by the end of 2019, they had brought in nearly $11 billion, with almost $2 billion of that being profit. Pullmantur was clearly nowhere near that. Then the pandemic hit. The cruise industry was one of the most hard hit, as social distancing was enforced around the world. Cruise ships are naturally tight spaces and bubbles of close contact populations, so they were obviously not able to operate as normal. Every cruise line, including Pullmantur, was shut down and put on hold, really with no sign of an immediate end. While their ships were standing by, more than half the crew on the Zenith had tested positive for COVID-19, a major disease-spreading event. By June 2020, the company announced they would be suspending all operations until at least November of that year. In the meantime, they would cold lay up
I
their
think Pat
ships.
might be drunk.
That basically meant the ships
I'm
would be
definitely not
docked with
drunk.
limited to no crew, with all of its electronic systems shut down.
I think Pat might wish he
Basically,
was
a
drunk.
long-term
Yeah,
storage solution.
I wish.
But the effects of the worldwide
Couldn't feel
shutdown
anything
were far more devastating than we
anymore.
originally thought. The company was already in debt from their years of paying off
Not
their ship
COVID.
acquisitions. And after the
I
last
That's right,
few
Pat was
years
sick.
of poor sales and a limited
But I
market
feel
to
like
draw from, the company was only just
water of
hanging
dog.
on. When everything abruptly shut down, the cruise line had no way to meet debt payment obligations and quickly ran through their liquid cash. They
please
now
kill
had
me.
massive cruise ships requiring hundreds of thousands.
Well, you killed Ivan when
even
he got back. I
millions of
guess you
dollars
infected
in
him with
operational
bat
fees,
disease.
with almost no revenue coming through
Good.
the door. Just days after their
Hear me.
announcement of suspended operations, the company also announced they had filed for reorganization, and a month after that, declared bankruptcy altogether. At the time of this bankruptcy, the cruise line had 4 ships: the Zenith, Horizon, Sovereign, and Monarch. While this seemed like a death blow for the entire company, it wasn't touted as such, with the leadership confident they would find the cash to restart. Their company morale was staying strong too, posting videos like this on YouTube, dancing to the
Alright, I
song
got my hand
"I Will
warmer.
Survive."
We're ready for
But their
Monke.
existing fleet was just sitting idle. But rumors
Oh,
began
you're
spreading
back just
that
in
they were
time for
being
Pat to go
gutted
AFK.
extract all items of value. This didn't look great.
He's here
It
to be
seemed more
sick.
like the company was desperate
Was he
for
drunk?
cash. By the summer
No,
of
he's sick.
2020,
Chi-Chi,
though,
no.
Pullmantur
What kind of sick? Like illness sick.
Illness sick, not COVID. He apparently tested twice.
Oh.
It's doomed.
What is?
Me.
You're it?
I am it.
From the pit? Why is it doomed?
Doomed.
But why? Why? Or what does that mean?
I feel like shit.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Bro.
Pat, I have news for you.
What?
You will probably feel better at some point in the future.
It's not news.
What? How's that not news?
It's not news.
You said you were doomed.
You're calling me dumb?
You said you were
Calling me
doomed.
dumb?
I'm saying you're probably not doomed.
Calling me dumb.
No, I'm calling myself dumb because I'm going back to fighting monkeys when the monkeys won't give me anything. Killed 677
Alright.
gorillas.
What class do you want to be?
You have a thief? I'll be your thief. I'll
Holy shit.
steal things because I'm
Inventory's full.
small.
I already have a thief.
Oh, okay. What did she got? What you need?
Hold on, let me solve. My bags are full.
Inventory is full.
The 2,000 items is. Oof.
What server did I end up on? Okay, good ping.
It's gonna. Point exchange. You're all going in the trash.
This guy puts Pat in the trash. Because he feels like trash, and he goes in the trash.
I have too much taiyaki. Get out of here. That's too many glasses.
Your taiyaki, Apollo. I think it'd be really funny if I got a scene item my first kill. Haha. That proved my luck is real. Oops. Let me switch prayers. I don't have a lot of retaliate on. I don't have a lot of retaliate on. Nope. Oops. Once again, pleading and screaming to be able to finish demonic gorillas so I don't have to fight them anymore. So much effort. way backwards everywhere. More shorks. Whoever decided these guys need more than just the prayer mechanic is freaking the worst developer in existence. The heck, more sharks? I can't even hold all these sharks. Why can't I hold all these sharks? Oops. Well, switch my weapon, like I'm telling you to. 6 diamondo. That was nice. More prayer pots. I can't fit all these items. I do not need those mahogany seeds.
announced they had sold 2 of their ships for scrap. Not long after, the Monarch and Sovereign were beached on the shores of a scrapyard in Aliaga, Turkey. Shortly after, they began to be torn apart. The 2 Pullmantur ships were grounded along a short stretch of beach.
Alright, now watch the best of the worst. Let's random. Stop dropping rocks on me so I can hit the random one.
No.
Blindfold picks. One of their stupider episode ideas.
Why, hello, and welcome to Best of the Worst. Throughout the years, we've accumulated millions of terrible VHS tapes. We put them all on shelves, never to be watched of our own volition. Rows and rows of awful movies. Action and adventure films. Science fiction and fantasy. And of course, horror. Oh, the horror. However, today is different. Jay, Rich, and Jack will be sent to these shelves of tapes blindfolded, with the explicit instructions to select a tape at random. Whichever tapes are selected, no matter how terrible, or cheap, or pathetic, or gross, or sad, or disgusting, will be watched in their entirety. No exceptions. And now, let the games begin! It's time for Best of the Worst!
I don't like walking when I can't see. I don't want to run into things. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm here. Oh, this feels... This actually feels tall. This feels like a taller than normal. All right, I got one. Up. Shit! Ah! Oh, this is like a sticky clam.
What if you found the planet Einsburn?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Be populated by homunculi.
Shrink wrap. Someone loved this one. No more shrink wrap. Oh, this plastic feels very good. Too good for this show. I don't like that. There's
Okay, there's a Tosaka planet out there too. Wait a minute, that's so... Okay, they edited the image in over it.
Alright.
Alright.
300 items.
Ooh. So this one is front facing, which means that it has a cool cover, right? So my gut is to go with cool cover, but as we've learned, cool cover.
What do you want to be?
Well, I asked, what do you need? What do you need? What's the gaps you got? I like being magic. If you already got a thief, magic's fine. Do you need any sort of magic?
You want to be a magic knight?
Sure.
Sorcerer?
Sure. Oh, okay.
Professor?
I'll be the professor!
A psychic?
Oh, no. Okay, never mind. I have to be psychic. I forgot that's a new class, right? A new, like, elemental type.
So I'm going to choose
Yeah, I'll psychic me.
What did I get?
Alright.
What
I've been a
what did I
psychic.
get?
I can just
Lady
type on the
Avenger.
keyboard.
Got it!
You'll be pompous, Izakide, or an edgelord.
I would be an edgelord. You know me, I'm
Jesus
very
fucking
edgelord
Christ.
in real life.
What?
Nothing personnel, Pat. Teleports behind you.
That's the wall I picked from.
Yeah, it looks pretty.
It's pretty much still intact. Yeah.
Well, in Rich's defense, they were set up like dominoes.
It was almost like we were hoping it would happen. Anyway, I picked The Incredible Melting Man.
Oh, wow.
This is a wonderful cover. Tells you exactly what you're getting. And it's digitally remastered.
Alright, Talon, what do you want to be?
I have a feeling when we put this VHS in, it'll look like...
Do you have a girl mage yet?
Well, if someone released it on Blu-ray,
Not yet, no.
it must be good.
There
A
you go.
witch.
They witches now? I can't keep track of the names.
When Stephen West returns from Saturn,
It's, yeah, it's always
he
been,
brings
it's
a
like magician and
horrifying disease
witch.
with him, a disease that melts his flesh. While Dr. Ted Nelson and the hospital staff are baffled by this mysterious illness, West secretly leaves the hospital and disappears. Soon after, the community is besieged by a series of violent deaths, and all of the victims are missing limbs.
Oh, I see. Was it just mage in the first one, and then everything else is called them witch?
A melting man, but just as Nelson suspects, West must feed on human flesh to save his own. Okay.
What element do you want to be?
Ice.
What are we in the first 2 minutes and we already have a melting man?
Yeah!
Oh, the coffee creamer! She brought soda!
Can be bubbly, naive, or mean?
Sounds mean.
Mean.
With the help of General Perry, Nelson sets out to stop the crazed cannibals
Bully everyone.
who brutally devours more innocent victims.
The Incredible Melting
Give you
Man.
cat ears. Oh, it's an extra costume. It has cat ears on it.
Suspense, horror, and incredible special effects. Make this
You
gory
disgusting
tale
weeb.
unforgettable.
I want you to promise me. No? Do you or do you not want to know? I want to know. Then you tell nobody, not even your wife.
How's it coming,
Speaking of
Mitch?
disgusting weeds, it's time to explore the ruins on the planet Einsburn.
Anything happen?
Oh, they're talking about how they gotta find the melty man.
Oh.
Hold on, I missed one.
Now I have to reincarnate you.
Well, Rich, you picked Starship.
Jout should be in the communications room. We mine that too. That way we'll clear the board.
I don't get any Runite bolts. This kind of sucks.
I think the network we've set up should be strong enough to take over. We're still worried.
Fall back to crappy bolts.
An intergalactic spectacular, light years away from planet Earth. And, as we can see, football is still a thing. I guess that's nice. Superb special effects highlight this exciting and intense story of rebellion on a desert mining colony in outer space. This is the most original science fiction idea I've ever heard.
It all sounds like blah to me.
Rebellion on a desert planet? Wow. In the spirit and style of Blade Runner and the immortal space war classics from George Lucas.
Oh, he said don't put that in there, I'll sue your ass.
those space war classics from George Lucas?
I've heard of them. I don't know which space war classics they're referring to by George Lucas, but, all of them are pretty good.
Could be anything. The man made a lot of movies.
He made a lot of movies, a lot of space war classics.
I don't know if you had to watch Quigley.
Young Lorca. His droid grid
sentenced to work
and
in
the
Quigley
rebel
as
human workers
some sort of
against the
penance.
military stormtrooper droids.
Oh, are you joking with
Nope.
us?
Nope. Guided by the evil hand of the unscrupulous mercenary
Darth Blader? Wait, what's next? What's next?
Darth Blader. The unscrupulous mercenary Jowett. Jowett is set on destroying the entire human workforce of Ordessa, and the rebels' only chance for survival is to put an end to Jowett's evil reign of terror and escape back to Earth.
This is gonna blow up the ship, I guess.
Okay. What about all the people they were supposed
Where are the
to
people?
save?
Oh, a bunch of debris just fell on the bad guy.
Oh, what? They just cut to him dead.
A bunch of rocks fell on him, or debris from the explosion. And he died.
The struggle for freedom against oppression set in the future of space colonization makes for a film certain to be enjoyed by all members of the family.
Oh no, I don't like the sound of that. What's this rated, G? What year did it come out?
I can't
Do you need your peepers?
I need my peepers. 1986. Okay.
90 minutes. PG, 1986. That's quite a ways after Star Wars. I was pegging this for like late 70s, early 80s, but I guess they got desperate. These are like mannequins. They're like store mannequins.
Yes, with a football helmet on.
Are they going to be the droids?
He's not even holding a space gun. That's just an M16.
That looks like a display in like a military surplus store.
You know, I'm very curious to see what we're gonna get. This might be magic. Let's go!
Let's go.
Ow! Oh, shit! Ow! Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Can you drop Runite bolts, please? I am almost out of Runite bolts, Mr. Gorilla.
GNU.
Well, Jack, our final film tonight, you picked.
I did!
Well, off of our action and adventure shelf.
What?
We should specify.
That's right, because we each got a different genre. Even though, obviously there's some crossover, I was happy to get action, as I love action movies. And Lady Avenger, I'm a huge Marvel fan, so this should be right up.
It's entertaining or fun or good visual effects or
You think?
modern.
Oh, this is like pre-Disney? This is like Jon Favreau era?
Sorry.
Oh no, it's car fuckers!
More sharks. I'm constructed entirely out of
Who
sharks.
are these guys?
Let's see here. Starring presents a David Dick.
So remember when Jay got a player's choice and then he became Macaulay Culkin?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
He's known for his plethora of films that feature shirtless young men. And I think this is before that era when he made legit action movies.
Sure. But this has a babe in it.
It has a babe in it.
This has a babe who's got a gun, and on the back, she's shooting that gun.
Oh, it's a different gun. Isn't that like a pistol?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would presume this is the Lady Avenger.
We can only assume. Let's read the back of the box and see what we got here. When the door of freedom cracks open for inmate Maggie Blair.
That's some talented writing there. They could have said when Maggie Blair got out of jail. A lesser writer would have.
Prose, Mike. This is a flowery imagery, absolutely. So Maggie Blair is Peggy Sanders of Beverly Hills Cop 2, Into the Night and Weird Science.
She was probably an extra in Weird Science, or one of the party goers or something.
I bet she was on the back of one of the biker gang's motorcycles.
That's her only credit.
That's her only credit. Okay, at her brother's funeral, she doesn't let anything stand in her way. Great.
In the coffin?
I'm not wrecking my back. One night on a bad bed, and I have to go to the hospital. That's how bad it gets.
I love her already.
That was a setup for how we're gonna get rid of her.
Where do you think you're going? You thinking of going somewhere?
That's something to do.
Something to do.
Oh my God! She fell in the coffin.
She's
So she gets out of jail and she goes right to her brother's funeral?
Apparently.
She's got a lot of avenging to do.
For her brother.
Presumably. Again, Lady Avenger.
This begins her furious determination to unearth the gang that murdered her brother. We called it. We called it.
I thought he just died of like colon cancer.
Yeah. You know, what she's avenging is early testing and preventative measures.
Right. With Cologuard.
Is that the one where you poop in a box?
You send it off to Richard's house.
That's what I did.
You wondered why you got that package, and you wondered who it came from. You wondered who sent you a box of dung. Well, it was me, Rich. It was me.
Son of a bitch.
As her quest takes her deeper and deeper into the violent underbelly of Gangland, East Los Angeles.
Is Gangland next to Disneyland?
Yes.
Okay, I've been there.
Maggie hunts down her brother's murderers, only to stumble on the most horrifying truth of all. Sometimes what you're looking for is right in your own backyard.
Baby. You all right? Yes. Let's go home.
I'm fine. There was nothing traumatic about any of this. Story's over. That's it.
Oh, I'm finishing up with Monke. So I don't know.
They're the fresh maker.
Yeah, the fresh maker. I get self-conscious because I know not everyone's a coffee person, so I just have some coffee. And I don't want to be here like you're already getting all this COVID.
You want, Jack, you're doing this all wrong. You want the worst breath possible, so it encourages all of us to finish faster.
I'm so sorry. I should have been thinking ahead.
I just took a mouthful of before we started.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, who picked Melting Man? You did.
I did.
It's up to you, Jay.
All right. The Incredible Melting Man is about a astronaut that travels to Saturn, and then he gets exposed to the rings of Saturn. Is that what happens?
Radiation around Saturn.
Radiation around
through the
Saturn.
rings of Saturn.
The radiation of the sun as filtered through the rings of Saturn.
Sure, it kills the other two astronauts, but it exposes him to some sort of weird radiation, so when he gets back to Earth, another couple hours later, he starts to melt, and then he walks around for the next 70 minutes, not melting anymore, but a consistent stage of melting. He's just always at the same stage.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what happens?
Well, he walks like through a field, and he's kind of melting.
The Melting Man doesn't know what he's doing.
We don't know anything about this guy's life.
Whoa, why did that fall so fast?
Oh,
fell fast.
And he runs into some people, and then he leaves them, and he continues to kind of melt.
Where's he going?
Well, I mean, he's walking around, and like he walks outside of a house.
Yeah,
and
but
he
like,
looks-
where's he walking to?
You get it?
It's almost unbelievable how little is going on.
You know, they capture him, I guess, before we know what happens, where he was trying to get to. The movie ends before we get to that part of the story, I think.
I see what snarky thing you guys are trying to do, but we're all forgetting about Dr. Ted Nelson.
Oh, did you get some crackers?
And his lovely, beautiful wife.
Who doesn't look like an Evil Dead hag.
She uses the best hair care products available to her in 1972.
So, we don't have any crackers?
And same with makeup. And the general man.
Apparently all these people have a personal connection with the Incredible Melting Man that we've never seen.
No.
Are you going out again?
I really don't know.
What is going on? Oh,
They're looking for the incredible melting man.
but they're taking a break to look miserable.
They looked for him. They didn't find him, so they went back to re-strategize.
Yeah. They look at him. Do they ever get him? Do they ever look at Melting Man?
Well, he's in bed and he's wrapped in bandages. And it just looks exactly like our Revenge of Nadine skit with Plinkett.
Yes.
It looks identical.
He's at a cheap hospital.
Yeah.
And then he escapes, and before they can get their hands on him, what they bring into their official medical room is the body of the fisherman that...
No, the body of the nurse.
The body of the nurse.
A melting man wakes up in the hospital. He frees himself from the restraints, which is just a strap laying on top of him that isn't tied to anything. The restraint flopped down when he moves. It wasn't even attached to anything. It was just laying over him. Oh my god. They didn't take the proper precautions, and so he chases a nurse down a hallway in the best scene of the movie. Oh my god!
What? Just ran through the door.
Oh my god, we got melting man vision.
We see this beautiful, the nurse sees the melting man in full gore in the first 2 minutes of the movie. Slow-mo runs down a creepy warehouse.
Weird-ass hallway.
Yeah. Smashes through a
Just
glass
runs through the window.
It's a door. She runs through the door.
Well, the glass door, yeah.
And then gets melted by the melting man. That's awesome. We see like a half-melted face. This movie's gonna be gangbusters.
Well, it's an example of, we often say like, oh, the movie doesn't waste any time, it gets right into the good stuff. But here's an example of, we get the good stuff right away, but then the movie has nowhere to go.
It doesn't know what to do with the stuff it has.
Yeah.
There's a melting man.
We got a melting man.
What does he do? There's a melting man.
He walks through a field.
What's his motivation? He's a melting man.
Yeah.
Well, there are other people in the movie. They're trying to get him. Why? Well, they want to get him.
Because he's the melting man.
He's the melting man.
Yeah.
What we have here is a very competent and talented special effects artist.
Yeah, early effects by Rick Baker, famous Academy Award-winning makeup effects artist Rick Baker.
We should bring out some of his friends, actually.
Oh, we have Rick Baker creations.
We do.
Grab him!
Let's go get him.
Okay.
And there.
Yeah, it's we have 3 Gremlin friends from Gremlins 2, the new batch, created by Rick Baker, the effects artist for the incredible Melting Man. Obviously, Rick Baker went on to do much bigger and better things.
Obviously. Well, I will say Rick Baker's work is the best thing about the film. It's arguably the only worthwhile thing about the film.
I don't know why you're saying arguably.
There's no argument for
we
anybody.
were very engaged when the head rolled off of the little cliff and smashed on the ground.
Yeah, that's the incredible melting man. He escapes the facility, kills a fisherman, and throws his head into a ravine, I guess.
Now, we don't know why he's killing people? I don't know.
The back of the box says that he has to eat people to regenerate his melting flesh. There's nothing in the movie about that I can remember.
No. Well, you mentioned a lot of stuff happens in the first 15 minutes of the movie, right? And we're kind of speculating that this was made in the 70s, late 77, and that it was sort of a homage throwback to the 50s monster movies, because it kind of feels like that. If you color graded this to black and white, it would look like a terrible 50s movie.
We keep cutting to scientists in a room talking.
It's very
talking
dull.
to generals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dull, and there's not a whole lot of action or artistry to it. It's just flat and ugly, and so we speculated that this was drive-in fodder in the 70s for teens to smoke weed, drink beer in their car, and make out.
And occasionally look up at the screen when the melting man shows up.
Do you think the first 15 minutes, the nurse runs through the glass window? It's very interesting. Do you think that's what they showed to the exhibitors who own drive-in theaters, and they go, yeah, that's fine.
We've seen enough. You're booked.
Incredible melting man. We saw his melting face. A nurse, a big fat nurse ran through a glass door.
A nurse had her tits bouncing while she ran through a glass door. Good enough for me.
So that's the first chunk.
Oh, that was Demonic Gorilla 700.
Fucking
Hooray.
nothing happens. There's no motivation. I think the melting man is supposed to be like a tragic Frankenstein monster type figure.
But he's not.
But they don't give you enough of that.
He kills the best old couple in any movie I've ever seen.
We'll be there in a few minutes. I'm taking a shortcut.
No kidding. I thought this was Park Avenue.
Ellie.
Ah, baby.
But while I'm driving, not while I'm driving.
That is the interesting thing about this movie is some of the side characters, because we have the bickering elderly couple in the car
that are stealing lemons.
They stop the car to steal lemons.
And they're very happy, and they're enjoying their retirement.
Yeah,
stealing
like,
lemons.
This old couple is like the highlight of any community dinner theater. Like they come on, like, oh, we know these two. They always give fun little bit performance.
Here's Ed and Fran. Love Ed and Fran. And then we have another highlight of the film, which is the little kids actually smoking on camera.
Oh, shit.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
They're just filming kids smoking.
That was the 70s.
You don't inhale, that's why you don't cough.
Hey, Fred Flintstone did it. It was cool.
That's true.
So little, and they're really smoking.
They're just smoking.
Oh. I don't even know if we could show that on YouTube.
We'll get demonetized.
We'll have to blur it out. Child smoked. There's like a 5-year-old smoking a cigarette.
Like smoking, swearing, and reading Playboy.
Yeah.
Like actual children. Glorious.
Yeah. And then our other couple, Mustache Man and his date, come back from the movies. Mustache Man says, the door is open. And she's like, you left it open, didn't you? I don't know, I'm stoned.
You were the last one out, not me.
And he's like, well, there's a bunch of fucking weird red slime on the door and it's open. I'm gonna go in the house first, honey, and examine what could be some kind of danger in here. You wait out here. 45 minutes later, we come back. Something has happened in the house. We didn't hear any of it. She goes in and
the melting man raided their fridge.
He's dead. I think they had a fight and we didn't see it because they didn't film it. She comes in and the whole place is trash. There's slime everywhere. There's cans of open Campbell soup all over the floor. I think that's from the garbage maybe. He knocked the garbage can over, or he opened up a bunch of Campbell soup cans.
Disgusting water stains all over the walls.
Well, the house was in disrepair.
That's just the way the house.
It was someone's like nasty cabin in the woods that they abandoned. Nasty.
I forgot to grow more.
He could have slowly been melting throughout the entirety of the film.
It is the title of the film.
he could like regenerate after he eats somebody. We could see that.
See, that's the thing is like they had so little for this movie that the back of the box just made up a plot. It says that he eats people to regenerate.
He's trying to look normal so he can see his wife again. Something. He could have had like an affair with Ted's wife in the past, and there's some kind of connection between them.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that his wife's pregnant.
Yeah,
and that never has anything to do with anything.
Not the melting man's wife. Scientist Ted's wife.
Yeah, Ted Nelson. Ted Nelson, the famous Ted Nelson.
Did you get some crackers?
Oh, maybe the wife's pregnant with Melting Man's baby, and he needs to get the baby because if he eats his own DNA, he can be normal again. Oh, that's a plot.
So there are two reasons this movie exists. They had access to a up-and-comer and therefore cheap special effects artist.
Right.
That they wanted to take advantage of and showcase work of and pay him a very little amount of money, I'm sure. Two, they had the world's greatest location scout because they had access to a really cool warehouse sci-fi place.
I think it was a power plant.
Where the movie ends, do you think those early scenes were shot inside that?
Yeah, because there's like a big control room, and I think that doubled as like a general or NORAD kind of military place, but it was clearly a 1977 power plant control room. And then they did get inside a real-looking space capsule.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe in some kind of museum somewhere because they're flipping those switches and they're locked in. It's convincing.
Yeah.
And they clearly filmed it during the day. 'cause
Very few
they're, like,
angles,
from
and
them.
yeah, there's just sunlight coming in.
Yeah,
But then remember they were on that like giant conveyor
Yeah.
belt for that scene? That was cool.
Well, they're going
Whatever
by. They're going by those cages. That's the long hallway the nurse is running by. Then they had like a people mover thing that's moving, and beyond those cages, all you see are these like gigantic like electric turbines.
Yeah.
One after. It's like I'm like, what kind of building is this? And then you see those red and white smokestacks. It's some kind of power plant that they were able to film in multiple spots for. Remember the dummy falls off the thing and lands on the electrical cords?
That was another highlight.
Ignites
the film, yeah.
The electrical cord ignited all the fireworks that he was smuggling to his child's birthday party. I'm going to my kid's birthday party after this. He really likes fireworks.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Wow! Oh my god.
They stuffed that dummy full of fireworks. That's great. He's off the wires and he's still being electrocuted, Mom.
You could see the little tube coming out of his jacket for the fireworks. That was great.
How much electricity got put into him?
Now he's gonna come back as Electric Man.
I still think he should have become the Electric Man afterwards. And then just complete coincidence. Now there's two monsters to deal with.
Electric Man versus the Incredible Melting Man.
Ted Nelson's plan is like,
Yeah.
bullets won't stop the melting man, but Electric Man can. Let them fight.
Just like the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
They had some very impressive looking locations, which is scraping the absolute bottom of the barrel for compliments to give this movie.
Yeah, well, to contrast that, we have all the disgusting 70s houses, the interiors of these fucking houses. It's just like a layer of cigarette smoke on everything. But yeah, no, the houses in this movie are far more disgusting than the Melting Man.
And those people. The actors in the movie. I noted like and we rarely talk about hair and makeup. One of the elements of the big film production. I don't think they had anybody on hair and makeup. I think because the lady, her hair looked like a rat's nest. Rich offered her a comb or a brush. I said, it's too late. It's too late. The film's been shot.
Local man had to retreat from Monke.
But in order to, I'm assuming to decrease glare from lights, you do the powder. But someone who worked on the Bozo show did their makeup because it was just like
some of those close-ups.
They were like they looked like George Romero zombies in Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead.
And that like the cake was like crackling.
Yeah, you can see it.
I don't know how we had such clarity on our VHS copy, but it's a little weird.
Well, you can tell people we watched the Blu-ray because we have Blu-ray.
You did legitimately blind pick this, but we also
have a Blu-ray.
Okay, we have a Blu-ray of this. We didn't fake any of these. These are real picks.
We should have.
We
really should have.
Because they were all terrible.
Yeah.
But you never know until you try.
Right.
Doctor, you are a civilian. But in this emergency, you're under my direct command.
Why is it so important that he hates his wife in this sequence?
She's my wife.
That does not exclude her from my orders.
Everybody's gonna know how to play more.
He's still pissed at her about the crackers.
He goes off to look for the Melting Man, and he leaves the general at his house, and the general just raids his fridge and drinks his beer and steals his turkey legs. And that turkey leg was disgusting too. That was like a 70s turkey leg. I don't even know what that means, but you look at it and you know.
Yeah. Jack, you noted that one of the shots in the movie was really neat, right? It's when the
when he's getting off the plane.
General leaves wherever, Washington or maybe where do they launch spaceships from? Cape Canaveral. Right. He comes to whereversville. I don't know. But
Melting Manville.
Melting Man land, where Melting Man is. His plane lands, right? He's supposed to be picked up by a Jeep by Ted Nelson. 0800 hours sharp. The plane lands and we have this low shot and the walkway comes down. The general lands and he's in his general shoes and he does a pace. A sharp military turn pace. Yeah. One more pace. Stops. Looks at his watch. Here comes the car. Here late. And a shot like that was neat because it told us, and this is normal filmmaking speak, it told us that the general is precise and he doesn't appreciate lateness, then the car shows up, and then the first thing he does is, I'm gonna get in this nasty shirt, and I'm gonna drink some beer, and I don't want to go look for this guy. I want to eat a turkey leg.
Yeah.
And just not do anything.
Yeah, they look for
and
the
it's like,
melty
why
man.
did you set him up like this hard-ass general who's gonna like, I'm gonna fucking take care of this problem, and he's just
hanging out in someone else's house.
He just instantly like remembered it was the 70s. Oh yeah, this is
Let's go back to your house and drink beer. And doctor's like, General, I think we should check for Melting Man more. That's why you're here. Now let's go back to your house and drink beer and talk about your wife.
Yeah, they look for him for like an hour, and they're just like, let's go sleep.
We lost Vietnam. I don't care anymore.
They even went down the road.
Another road I want to check out before we go back home.
Why?
You know, Doctor, I was married once.
What's the significance of the road he wants to check out?
What's the matter? Are you afraid to go home?
Just a hunch that
Melting
Man might be there?
He might be on that road.
Jesus Christ.
It's old Melty Road.
That's where all the Melty Men end up.
Yeah.
Can we give a shout out to those hero cops?
Yes.
The only sensible people in this movie.
They show up at the end of the movie.
So Melting Man automatically, right then and there, just kills the cop with the shotgun.
No, Neil. No.
Why? Why does the doctor want him alive?
So then 2 other cops come in, and Ted's like, no, don't shoot him. And they fucking shoot Ted right in the head.
Don't move! Listen to me. I'm Dr. Ted Nelson.
Oh my God! I thought they were just gonna shoot the Melty Man.
Oh, good. Shoot him too.
That's fucking amazing.
Yes.
These are my new favorite characters in the movie.
They're the real heroes.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
No.
I mean, the Melting Man just walked off and melted on his own. After
Yeah.
that, the poor janitor had to come in the next morning and clean him up.
The janitor that works at the power
The
plant.
janitor that works at the power
He
plant
saw
came in the next day.
nothing suspicious or peculiar about a pile of blood and guts and bones.
We
and
hold
slop.
on a wide shot of him cleaning it up. I couldn't believe how long that went on.
That was a funny joke. That was good.
Rick Baker made an awesome head. And because of that, this movie is preserved on Blu-ray.
And I'm okay with that.
Why are we seeing all this?
It looks good.
Oh my God! Ugh.
Oh, the skull cracked open.
Holy shit!
Okay.
You're in charge.
You're in charge,
We've been
Mike.
waiting for you, Mike.
I'm ready. Well then, everybody, Rich Evans very gracefully picked Starship as our next film.
Starship is proof that I will never pick a winner.
Never say never. Tell us about Starship.
Starship is a science fiction movie that takes place on a mining colony. And, the people who work there aren't very happy. They're having, strikes, and there's a little rebellion going on. And the evil, I presume they're the government, comes in with a bunch of military androids. And they want to bring in more robots and an android workforce to kill off all of the people and replace them with robots. And our heroes are running around. What's he doing? What's his goal?
Yes. Absolutely.
There's Dollar Tree Luke Skywalker. There's not Daisy Ridley. There's other girl. Oh, and then there is creepy porcelain doll tiny robot man.
Yes.
And they
Half-size C-3PO.
half-size C-3PO.
Sort of like a mixture of both.
R2-D2 and C-3PO, yeah.
He can do computer things. Like he has a program.
There's a little bit of Twiggy.
What?
Buck Rogers.
I thought you were talking about the model.
No, I'm talking about the robot voiced by Mel Blanc in the Buck Rogers TV show.
That's like 127 years before my time.
Look it up. Look it up. It's an amazingly good comparison.
Okay, I'll take your
It's
word
an
for it.
amazingly good comparison.
The ultimate goal of the film is that There's a spaceship called Red Wing, which is on the planet. All the humans that are the workers, protesters, activists, whatever they are, right? They don't want to work, or they don't like the conditions. Bad guy.
We presumed that our heroes needed to steal the ship so they can get all of the humans off the planet
They
before
say
the robot.
it.
Do they say that?
They say
Okay,
it, and then they never
in the end
do
of the
it.
movie, why do they not rescue anybody?
I mean, whatever way they want to go on the desert planet, it's fine with me. I just need to know what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that'd be great. Or who they are.
Trying to shut down the BBC broadcasting station. I don't know.
There's not going to be a Doctor Who Christmas special this year.
I never thought Monty Python was funny anyway.
Remember when they go in the BBC broadcasting booth with the TV switchers and the reel-to-reel tape?
Yeah.
Little Robot Man.
Played by Deep Roy.
Deep Roy.
What I know him from? He's been in a ton of stuff, but he's the guy that rides the snail in Neverending Story.
He's the Oompa Loompa.
Yeah, in the Tim Burton Charlie and the Chocolate
I
Factory.
haven't seen that one.
He's a little guy.
He's in a lot.
He's in a lot of stuff, but he plays like a little C-3PO-ish robot. He's teaching children in the beginning. He's like this school robot, but he's also trained for war.
And he's a seasoned co-pilot.
And he's a co-pilot. We'll get into all that later, but the point is that the goal of the movie seems to be to get all the humans onto the ship and off the planet before robots with football helmets on murder them all.
Yes.
And they get that information in the broadcasting booth. It prints out on the screen.
Yeah.
That was very useful.
And it said what the bad guy's plan
there's
is.
the
The bad guy just sits there and waits. He reads a book.
He doesn't move from his office for most of the movie.
While he's waiting for, I think, more robots to come down to complete the process of executing all the humans, because he just is going to take over the mind. I guess it's kind of lawless on whatever planet this is. There's no governing body that's going to come in and say, what?
It's probably too far away for any other government
Why
to
didn't
really
you just
notice.
evacuate the humans? Well, this is much easier. I think there's a line where he says, we'll shoot them all up and just bury them out in the desert, and we'll get rid of them. So something like that. So that's much easier than like relocating.
Yes.
So he's really bad. And then in the middle,
Why are all the robots at the discotheque?
That's kind of neat. There's just a shelf of robot lines.
Yeah.
Some.
That's fun. Threw a bomb at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? What happened?
Yeah, they threw a bomb at him.
Bomb at him. They crawl on top of a giant piece of construction equipment that's very impressive.
Yes.
They don't do anything to make it look like it's from the future, but it's a very big piece of construction equipment that they had access to.
It's like a big dump truck. It's like a supersized dump truck.
Yeah.
That's when, we should mention the movie was shot in Australia. And so that whole sequence feels very Mad Max. And it would be a cool action scene if you could see what was happening. But that's another problem with this movie, is that every shot is like a claustrophobic, extreme, weird close-up.
It was sci-fi in almost no way. The action sequence on the ridiculously large truck was kind of neat. It was a neat idea. They had a big dump truck.
Someone hanging off of it.
Oh, remember that? And
Our main character's head got knocked off.
That's fun. Oh, they ran over the thing.
Oh yeah, they ran over a car.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that was exciting.
I bet everyone on set just thought that was the greatest fucking thing that ever happened here.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that really happened. Oh my God, those tires.
Look at that.
That's awesome.
This looks as big as the sand crawlers in Star Wars. This is so cool. Let's use this.
But see, then you maybe add some sound effects on top
That's
of it.
another thing the movie's missing, yeah.
You shoot it in such a way where it's like, oh, maybe like it's really low angle, so you can't see the top of it, and then just like, ooh, now we're in a little.
Sci-fi it up somehow.
You've got a matte painting, so the background looks alien. There's an extra moon in the sky.
At the very least, put some blinky lights on the thing. Just hot glue some blinky lights onto the side
A
of
little
the truck.
control panel with blinkies.
Yeah.
They have to beep, 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 hit a code on it for some reason. Yeah.
Like a little low warble would have added so much to just like it was a floaty engine, right? That would
like
add
a little plastic tank spray painted silver with the nuclear logo on it to show that it's run by a nuclear power. It's so
Fusion reactor. It's cold fusion reactor that runs
warning,
the truck.
fusion reactor.
Yeah.
It's hot glue. It's a spray paint.
Temperature's 36 megakelvins.
But the thing is, that truck belongs to somebody's big, mining company.
You can't glue shit to it.
They let them run over a car with it.
Oh, they didn't tell them. They probably just did
You think
that.
so?
Yeah.
Oh, we had an accident on set today. We ran over a car.
How's the truck? It's fine. It's fine.
Was it just a truck? How big of a truck? About 3 meters long.
Metric jokes.
We smashed it like when I smashed my shrimp on the barbie. Oh, you didn't do that, mate. You crossed the car. You crossed the car with me big old truck.
I no longer feel bad about my Australian accent. Fun fact about Australians is they always know when someone's doing a really bad accent when they say shrimp on the bar.
Oh, yeah,
Because they don't call it shrimp.
Australians just don't know how to do vehicle action scenes.
No Australian.
Australian has ever done that.
Has ever done a good action scene with cars, ever.
I get your joke.
We were worried, Mike, that you didn't.
No, I know what he's talking about.
I'll give them credit. The movie opens with a very impressive miniature spaceship landing. That's so cool so far. I'm on board.
We've seen one shot.
Look at the clouds. They're different. They're a different layer.
I'm saying this is quality effects.
This is more space than we saw in the other movie with space.
Yeah, but now we're just on Earth. We're outside of Arizona.
Whoa! Once again, we were filled with hope for the first shots of this movie.
Yeah. It was a good enough miniature that I was with them through some of their other locations, even though they look pretty contemporary. But we saw the great space shot. I know we're in space. But eventually that wore off.
Like eventually we see enough people like wearing jeans and leather jackets and holding up actual Polaroid pictures.
Yeah.
It's only you and me, Captain. I didn't believe him.
Polaroids?
The future technology.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. The big truck had rubber tires in the back, and I'm not saying you can't have rubber tires in space, but make them space tires. Make them a space Polaroid,
Throw some extra tubes on the truck.
Ooh.
Well, all the football helmet stormtroopers, they just have regular guns. They don't have like space guns, blasters, or anything.
Though they added in some space sound effects for some of them, only in the first scene of the movie, and then they stopped caring about sound
We did
effects.
enough. Like I said, the movie falls apart as it goes along.
Yes. This is awesome. Compared to the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have added that copy.
But then the ending, while not good, they do have a spaceship hallway set, and then they do. There's a sequence where the Red Wing takes off, and it breaks through the ceiling.
Yeah.
And it very unceremoniously kills our bad guy by debris falling on his head.
Off camera.
It happened so quick, I didn't even realize it happened until you pointed it out. Bad guy's dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the bad guy's dead.
It's so. I don't think we're selling the complete confusion that we were suffering during this movie.
This movie bills itself as something akin to Blade Runner or George Lucas's favorite space battle franchise.
Right.
We cannot say the name legally. And there are a ton of one-to-one comparisons to George Lucas's space battle franchise.
But then you apply the tone and pacing of Blade Runner on top of it, and it doesn't work.
And the confusion of doom.
I've lost track of what's happening.
They're on the ship now.
But why?
To fly it away. And save human.
But obviously, like, they're no longer on the ship set because that was a telephone. Did you see the rubber telephone?
Oh no! Just watching this movie fall apart as it goes along.
The little robot, Deep Roy, who plays, we'll call him R2PO?
R2-3PO?
That's C3D2. C3D2.
C3D2.
Sure. It's a little clunky, but he tells...
C380 mate.
Well, he's...
Made for Australia. No?
I just want to go home now.
Can we? Is that a possibility?
I got it.
Okay.
This is really good. Ready? R2D2. C3PO. We call him AC/DC.
Australian rock band.
Yes. Thank you. You knew that.
Australian rock band.
I was worried because Josh wasn't here.
Sure. I'm mildly amused at
We
that.
all know AC/DC.
But do you know they're from Australia?
I do, but it wouldn't have been the first thing I thought of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would have taken me a minute.
The thing with the movie is there is no demonstrable goal that our heroes have. And if there is, it is so poorly told to us that none of us watching could understand it.
Well, I mean, we thought the goal was to get to the ship so you can load up all the miners and all the people in the town into the ship to escape the planet.
Right.
But then they get in the ship and they just try to leave. And I guess they don't care about any of the people anymore.
In fact, they do leave.
Yeah.
They don't show all the people getting on the ship. They just fly off, as far as we know.
See what's going on.
Hey, so we're not saving anybody.
If you can hear us, come in. You've done it. Now it's dead. All we need is a transporter to get us out of here. Abby, do what you can.
You didn't die in vain.
So they weren't going to save anybody until that voice came on the radio.
So, like, that was their mission wasn't to save everyone. They're like,
No.
oh, I guess we will.
It's like an afterthought. That's crazy.
Are they going to save the people now?
I guess so, yeah.
No, they're leaving.
Wait.
I think they're going back down. No?
Nope.
They're going to Earth. It's a destination Earth.
Well, like, look, and he's like, Abby will be with us forever. So I guess we don't need to get anyone.
What?
Oh my God! I have a headache.
What?
That was beautiful.
That's it for Starship.
Great. So we're done.
Well, we have to talk about Lady Avenger. Yeah, you picked that.
The David Dakota classic.
Lady Avenger starts the movie in jail, gets out of jail to attend her brother's funeral. That's where the movie starts, with her brother getting...
Technically, the movie opens with somebody ejaculating bags of cocaine on her dead brother's girlfriend.
Yes. Her brother gets killed. There's cocaine involved. She gets out of jail to go to the funeral. Then she wants to figure out who killed her brother and avenge him.
The saddest thing I can say is this was the most coherent film we watched tonight. You know, if you want to see the good version of this, you know what this reminds me of? Reacher on Amazon. Have any of you watched that? No. It's it's called Reach Around. Yeah, no, it's called Reacher. It's just quality action schlock.
Okay.
Where the protagonist's brother is murdered, and they go on this revenge-fueled rampage where they're trying to find out who did it.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say if you want to see the good version of this, watch any other action revenge film from the 1980s.
Pretty much.
And that's what it is. We got drugs, we got evil stepfather character, which is supposed to be a twist, but we called it 30 seconds into the movie.
I think you and your brother have done a pretty damn good job. Him with his attitude and his
He's
drugs.
the stepfather?
His embarrassment's bad enough.
Yeah, he's the bad guy.
About our daughter in prison.
I'm not your daughter.
Damn right you're not.
You know, you got some car chases. It's all very standard stuff. We got to talk about that car chase, though.
We gotta talk about car chases in general.
Yeah.
The famous car chase.
This is the movie that finally made me ask, what is it that makes a good car chase? Because the cars, they're going fast. I'm not entertained at all by any of it.
Although, the ending of this, because the people that are chasing her are the people that work at the
Sharks.
dock. They're just thugs. And we're introduced to them. She's like spying on the dock because she got the book of matches or whatever it is. So these thugs come out and just start fucking with her and her boyfriend. And we had no idea that they were connected to the plot at all. So they have a...
We thought they were. We thought it was just like a reason to
random-
introduce that she was a badass.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
yeah.
well, she's gonna kick their ass, and we're gonna establish that fact here.
Right, because she kicks their ass and they drive away, and then they start chasing her, and that's our car chase. And we had no idea they were connected to the plot. And then, at the end of the car chase, they hit another car. What we theorized is that the explosion ended up being much bigger than they were expecting because both cars are completely engulfed in flames.
Oh, they're gonna jump it.
Holy shit! Both cars are on fire.
Their
Clearly
cars,
dead.
their cars on fire.
Clearly dead.
Lady Avenger's dead.
That stunt went like way out of
They
control.
weren't expecting that.
Yeah.
So then they had to do a reshoot where they show Lady Avenger in the car with like comical soot on her face.
And we don't see the boyfriend in the car with her.
The boyfriend could not come back for the reshoot, so he's just not there. We assumed he was dead, but he comes back later in the movie. And then we have just ADR of the thugs saying, "I'll get you next time, Gadget."
It's not over yet! We'll be back to get you, bitch!
The only thing I can think of is that, yeah, the explosion was much bigger than they planned. But you
it
gotta
utterly
put that in the movie.
destroyed the bad guy's car.
Yeah.
And they appear later in the film, so they didn't know what to do. They could have just put a camera in like a random alleyway and have them run out covered in soot and say, "We'll get you later." Like kind of maybe injured, like hobbling a little, and they run away and hide.
That's another shoot. That's another like 5 minutes of shooting.
And then the car, because you see the car explode.
Yes.
So you have to just use your imagination that they got out of the car, I guess. But I mean, that stuff happens. You gotta use it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well,
You
they had
gotta
to
use it.
That was half their budget.
They got more than their budget worth.
The other disappointing thing about this movie is the action sequences in general are very.
Suck on this, bitch!
Oh my God! She avenged.
Set the pinata.
She's earning so many points. She's a terrible shot.
Not the stuffed zebra.
She's either just shooting a little gun at people and killing them. Actually, no, that's all she's doing. Oh, she does light one guy on fire.
She has a flamethrower for one moment.
Oh, look at all those cardboard boxes. I'm hoping, and pinatas. Everything's flammable.
Fuck yeah. And it's upsetting because all the backstory for her to be a badass is there. She was in prison. In fact, she gets into a little scuffle when we meet her in prison, and I thought that was going to be the setup for, oh, I've been in prison, I know how to fight now.
Yeah.
But she gets her ass kicked by the other inmate.
We need a big like scene where all the inmates are surrounding them. Yeah. It's like at lunchtime, and they're, they start a prison fight. She's got to fight her way out of it.
Wait.
I think this woman had zero martial talents, or else they would have used it.
Yeah. At no point in this movie do I ever buy this woman as being a badass.
Not even close.
You can put sunglasses on her when she's inside, and I'm still not gonna buy it.
She can wear a tank top, Sarah Connor badass tank top, and the
Bandana. Do what you want. I'm not buying it.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Because she does not. Well, she hits someone with a bat. Let's not forget that. But she cannot punch or kick. They probably tried it, and she was really bad at it. And then they regretted hiring her. And
Well, she was in Weird Science. You gotta keep her.
She's a star power.
Yeah.
We can't get rid of her.
We couldn't get Cameron Mitchell to play the stepdad, so she's all we got.
And she doesn't.
Cameron Mitchell took a step? Oh no!
Find a female who is good at martial arts and kickboxing who may not be good at acting. That would be fine because she's not good at acting either.
I know nothing, and it doesn't make any difference what I say. But my brother's dead. I saw them put him in the ground, and he's not.
She's good.
I can understand why she got the part of stripper in Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Don't forget about her famous role as
Shameless Woman.
Shameless Woman. I was gonna say uncomely woman, but yeah, Shameless Woman. That's it. Show her angry face. That's her acting angry.
Or her surprise face.
Or her reading
Or
face.
her reading a piece of paper.
You have to act like you're reading a piece of paper.
Did you tell this to the police?
Also, he has a tiny bed and airplanes and cars in it.
Yeah. It's time to take down the racing car posters, Nick.
Why is she moving so much? Do you see that?
Yeah.
She's like bobbing up and down.
This erection is uncomfortably poking into her back.
She does kind of look like she's going.
Yeah, it looks like she's trying to get out.
Right. Oh, and then he's like choking her, and she's like.
Oh yeah, they're trying to have an emotional scene, and she looks so uncomfortable.
What was she trying to act? She was trying to do something, right?
Sad?
Was she trying to do sad?
I don't think she was acting. I think she was legitimately uncomfortable in the position she was in.
I think they couldn't fit the tripod where it was supposed to go, so she had to like lift her legs in the air and hold them, like in a crunch sit-up position.
Like
Sorry.
she was holding the camera up as well?
No, she was just, her legs had to be lifted up. The room was so small, they had to be out of the way of the tripod. So imagine lifting your legs for like 30 minutes
And
while
then
you're filming.
she's like sitting on his knee, and it's like, oh, his knee's right in my back.
Yeah, it was-
Oh, my mom and dad. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, she was clearly very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Your brother was found dead the day before yesterday.
How?
He was murdered. I really can't say any more than that.
Well, what about the plot?
What about it?
What about it?
What happens in the film?
There's some guys and drugs or something.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, her father is not her father. Her real father had died, which they don't really explain it, but I'm going to assume he was secretly murdered by her stepfather, who moved in to marry her mother.
These pills make me so thirsty.
For the fact that the mother had their deed to a bunch of land that
The father left to the kids, and the father did not want them to develop the land, which kind of makes it worthless.
Unless you sell it.
My father left that land to Jeff and I. He wants to leave it undeveloped.
But that was Dad's wishes.
Sure. Don't sell the land. You can have the grass.
Just keep it and pay taxes on it every year.
Yeah. It's just going to be a burden unless you sell it, but don't sell it.
Yeah, well, I want her to sign control of that land over to me. We need money. I can use that land to get something.
So Lady Avenger's brother and Maria, his girlfriend, were caught up in the world.
Was Mexican.
Who was Mexican, so she probably was in a gang.
Some drug dealers. I think it may have been a gang. His girlfriend was Mexican.
Mike, just thinking about this movie physically hurt you.
It does. It does. It is.
The look
hurting
on
me.
your face is agony.
Here's the
I'm
timeline.
trying to piece it together. Yeah.
She breaks away from the matron, has sex with her boyfriend, they sniff around the boats, get into the big car chase, then the timeline splits. Lady Avenger.
You know, I don't think
goes
my
to the
lucky
warehouse
soup
and
was
kills
lucky.
The guys. No one else knows that yet.
Mm.
At the same time, the Saved
given
by
the
the
fact
Bell
that I
thugs
haven't,
go kill her
haven't gotten
boyfriend
anything yet.
because the boyfriend and Lady Avenger were sniffing around the boats.
Maybe you should have
Then,
fed the monkey some of the soup.
heat up again when
I don't have
Saved
that
by the
skill.
Bell preps learned that Lady Avenger killed the
Sounds
low
like
level
a
thugs.
skill issue.
And then at some point, Lady Avenger stole their dreams.
Could be.
It's now time to move on to the big boss,
Now she
which
finds
is her
out
stepfather.
her stepdad
Right.
is
So
behind all
Zach
this.
Morris lets her know that Daddy's in charge, even though she's stepdad. Yeah. So then she goes back to the house.
He's going for another.
take
He's
care of
brave.
the guy.
And,
fine.
and should we mention her friend?
No, I don't see many sharks in that inventory.
And how
There
she's
aren't any.
involved. She's sleeping
She's
with
just
all the.
sleeping with
She's just
everybody.
sleeping
Yeah, the
with
sharks.
But she betrays the
I have 51
Lady
HP.
Avenger.
Yes.
And then she runs to her stepdad for help. Not Lady Avenger. What's her name?
Michelle Bauer.
Michelle Bauer runs to the father and she says, "Protect me!" And he goes, "Get out!"
And then he shoots her in the tit.
Let me save you the trouble.
Oh, right in the tit.
Run, Grandpa.
Why is he running away? Why didn't he shoot?
Just shoot her?
Shoot Avenge Lady first.
While she was in shock
Yeah.
of her friend being shot? Yeah.
Like the police already know that she's dangerous and has a gun. Like
She could just say she shot her or something.
he has the perfect excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he has grandpa pants pulled up with his gun in his grandpa pants.
And then they play some action music that is so generic, you are able to say what the music is going to be before the music happens.
Oh, yeah, she did a great job there.
I don't even want this shovel chest. Alright. Maybe that is all the trips for tonight. We killed, I don't know how many, 50, 70?
It's like the random drum hits too.
Yeah.
Gong.
I was right on with the timing.
That was not fixed in editing. Mike did
40,
that live.
41. 42 or something.
So the big, exciting
That's good.
finale is
We had to score
stepfather
anyway.
has
Mike, are you starting to melt?
Let me finish my fucking sentence. So the big ending is stepfather has failed in his quest to get drugged out mom to sign over the land.
Yes.
For his, he just wants to sell it for cash because they need some money. Remember, he says, "How are we supposed to live in a house like this and afford this and that?" So he says, "Lady Avenger, you've got my cocaine. Let's drive to the airport, lock it up in a locker, and I'll bring your drugged out mom with for some reason. Get in the back of the car."
As a hostage.
Sure. And we're going to the airport.
Yeah.
Lady Avenger has a small pistol hidden in her sock.
That was not established at any point in the film.
It should have been established. Yeah. And then she says her most famous movie line.
And it is a famous line. Everybody knows this line.
Learned something in jail. There happens to be two kinds of people, Jack. Fuckers and the fucked. You happen to be fucked.
Oh, man!
Yeah! She's a fucker!
Oh, Grandma's had a bad week.
That's where you want your action movie to end, is in a driveway. Exciting conclusion of your action film.
You happen to be fucked.
Well, I think it's that time. I'll start from left. Jay.
Oh, well, I mean, Lady Avenger. But that's just because the other two movies we watched were The Incredible Melting Man and Starship.
The bar is so
The
low.
bar was so low that Lady Avenger was the best.
Rich.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Think about what film made you happy this month.
What film moved you?
None of them move me. I mean, technically.
Incredible Melting Man moved you,
Moved
literally,
moved
to
over
do
the
other
line.
things.
I mean, Lady Avenger has the most competent script out of all of these. And it's still one of the most incompetent scripts I've ever seen. But you know what? You know what? Starship had good miniatures. It had some weird, creepy doll robots. And I get the sense that somebody tried. I speculate that maybe somebody actually tried when they made this.
It was hard to tell through all the close-ups.
It was hard to tell through all the close-ups, but I'm giving it to Starship.
We're prepared to be even more shocked.
Before you finish that sentence, Mike, remember, we have recorded evidence of your pick for best of the worst.
Which I have just edited out.
Oh, no! Damn!
No, I'll show it. I'll show it. I'll be honest.
You have to say this on camera, so there's a record.
Yeah, what are you betting?
I've already picked Lady Avenger as my best of the worst, everybody.
Which movie haven't we watched tonight?
We have not watched Lady Avenger, and based on the two films before it, it cannot possibly be worse than the two films before it. There's no way.
Okay, that is now on the record. That is on the record. We're gonna see the results later on.
Nothing could be worse than Starship or The Incredible Melting Man. I predict I will know what's happening in Lady Avenger.
I was absolutely miserable during these, and then I started watching this. I was like, especially after this one, because this was so ugly and I couldn't tell. It was so frustrating. When we started this one up, I'm like, oh, I can see what's happening. I understand what's going on. Oh, a car crash, some stuff. But I gotta go with The Incredible Melting Man, and I'm not doing this as a pick.
Everybody saw that coming a mile away.
No, because
I wrote a little note in my fine.
In order to get the full experience, after I've watched all three films, yes, nothing happens in most of this movie, but
yeah, nothing happens.
It had the wonderful Melting Man makeup effects by Rick Baker. It had the nurse running through the door. It had, and I think what I liked about it was all those disgusting, crystal clear Blu-ray quality 1970s era sets, from the disgusting house to the control room to that hospital. Remember that hospital? Like, it was like a morgue almost.
Yeah.
And it was
So I remember all the things that happened in the film. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
because
What
two
am I at, like
things happened in the
7:30?
film. It's really easy to remember all the things that happened.
It kind of, and it was
7:20.
frustrating, but in a fun way. And then remember when The Incredible Melting Man, when they had 8 minutes of footage to add to the movie to get it to runtime.
Yeah.
And they just filmed him walking around in front of a light in the woods. and that brought back some Don Dohler, like just warmth to my heart. My pick is The Incredible Melting Man.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
You have so much power right now. It's amazing how much power you have.
Don't you remember when the general ate a turkey leg?
I do.
Right?
It's amazing.
Wow.
Do you remember
This
the
is
general?
how low we've got.
Do you remember Abe, Jay? Abe?
Hey!
Do you remember what the general did in Abe?
He made phone calls.
He made phone calls nonstop. This general, he got in his comfy clothes. He had got a beer.
In someone else's house.
He started digging around in someone's fridge. I mean, it's.
I mean, you can pick out things from that movie, and when you describe them, they sound funny.
It's a
but
weird movie.
as a whole,
It's a bad, weird movie.
If I were to choose a movie that I would watch again, it would be Starship. And so
Why would you watch that again?
that's the one I would say I'm least likely to ever watch again.
I think...
Richie said it was a cure for insomnia.
And then you picked it for best of the worst. Look, these are all awful.
I remember why I don't remember this episode. All the
Lady
movies were
Avenger
terrible.
skews slightly on the generic side. Incredible Melting Man skews
Incredible
incredibly
Melting
on
Man.
the boring side. The only choice left is Starship, which at least will hold your
Night of our doing. Stop moving. I need to pickpocket enough. I need to pickpocket enough coins to get a boat. There we go.
It's just like, I'm out of here.
That has to be the closing bit, because Rich is done.
I guess we have no choice.
Rich is gonna melt them.
We're gonna put all these movies into a montage of the best moments from all of them. It'll be under 2 minutes.
He just threw them in the trash.
Oh, Rich off camera just threw them right into the garbage.
Oh, that's fine. I'll take that.
Oh, and he's leaving.
Oh, and he's leaving the studio. I guess we're done here.
Done right outside.
Oh my God, he's actually going outside.
It's like 4 degrees out.
In the Wisconsin winter, Rich just went outside without a jacket on.
Yeah.
I think he's just gonna walk home. He's so mad. Well, I guess that's the end of the show.
Come on, it's my turn.
Really is a drink about now.
And that was the real reason why I stopped appearing in Red Letter Media videos for so long. It was quite a journey.
Oh, hi, Jack.
Oh, hey, Mike. Don't mind me. I was just writing in my journal. What are we doing today?
Well, today we're gonna watch 3 movies.
3 whole movies?
We haven't done this in a while. We haven't just picked 3 movies to watch. There's always been some kind of stupid gimmick or some kind of crap, but today we're just watching 3 movies.
No spinning?
No spin.
No dropping?
No dropping.
Just picking 3 movies?
3 movies straight up. We're gonna watch them. First up, a lot of people might remember this movie from the Plinketto Board. And you have a special story. You discovered this movie, Jack.
This is when we started doing Best of the Worst, or when you guys started doing Best of the Worst, because I wasn't in the first episode. This was the first tape I brought in as a possible inductee into Best of the Worst. Found it in a little thrift store in Minnesota. Twin Dragon Encounter. Twin martial artists, who is it? Michael and Martin McNamara. I'm so excited. Martial arts action explodes with double deadly force. Twin Dragon Encounter.
The cover is very suggestive, is the easiest way to say it.
Get ready for some of the most spectacular martial arts action ever filmed.
It's questionable.
Twin Dragon Encounter, featuring unbelievable wizardry of internationally famed martial art geniuses, Michael and Martin McNamara. Identical twins who explode on the scene with twice the force and twice the non-stop action.
Oh, wow, okay. They're making big, bold promises.
The twins head out for a peaceful vacation when their beautiful girlfriends. So it should be noted that the producers, possibly, the writers and producers of this movie are the stars of this movie. That's why they have beautiful girlfriends and are genius martial artists. Let's see, but their plans change drastically when a group of weekend mercenaries invade their remote island paradise.
So they go on a remote island paradise with their own girlfriends?
Yes.
So they're like the proto Bill and Ted? They just they go on romantic getaways with each other and their significant others?
Yes, I love it.
All right.
I love it. When the terrorists kidnap the girls, the twins decide to obliterate the enemy. Since they are greatly outnumbered, they must summon all their courage and apply their deadly expertise in order to succeed against the odds.
I have a question.
I'm ready.
It's more of a bet.
Okay.
Involving all 3 of you. Are the girlfriends twins?
Okay, you guys, be careful.
No problem. Friends are friends.
There's a lot on the back, by the way, so we're just going to get through this. Twin Dragon Encounter is an extraordinary martial arts masterpiece that combines awesome stunts, staggering fight sequences, and the doubly treacherous McNamara twins to produce one of the most remarkable action films ever made. Unforgettable displays of raw power and high voltage energy make Twin Dragon Encounter a must-see for all those who crave excitement and adventure.
Give me a coif. Give me a coif.
Did you fall asleep?
Gothic
Well, that was
chaps.
Twin Dragons Double Encounter.
That is not coifs.
Is that what it's called?
That's exactly the name of the movie, Mike.
What are we watching next?
American Rickshaw. This is something I've never heard of.
Me neither.
Oh.
It's by Sergio Martino, though.
Okay, who's that?
I think.
Do you remember Hands of Steel?
Yeah.
That's the director of Hands of Steel.
Hey, when this star, yeah.
The way is the way.
Take it back.
The way that is the way is not the ordinary way. Now that's a memorable catchphrase.
What?
After a stripper tricks him into filming a sex tape, Scott Edwards, played by Olympic gold medalist Mitch Gaylord,
nope.
A Miami rickshaw runner becomes embroiled in the murder of an evangelist's son when he inadvertently takes the wrong videotape.
Oh.
Okay, so there's a sex tape floating around.
He wanted like TGIF, but God.
A sex tape with a stripper.
Right.
On a Miami rickshaw.
Yeah.
With the help of the stripper and an Asian witch. This is getting really good. This is getting really good.
Wait a darn minute.
Edwards sets out to clear his name while avoiding the assassin dead set on retrieving the tape. I don't even know what a rickshaw is.
Well, cart.
Oh, I thought it was one of those boats with the fan on the back.
You, Mike, I am disappointed with your rickshaw knowledge.
I don't know anything.
That's fair.
Have whoever just contact my secretary. It's on your mobile.
It could be Jason.
Donald Pleasance could not be more bored.
No.
I'll see you right now.
Like, he does not give a shit.
Wow. Oh my God! Look at that grandpa.
Oh.
Nope.
He wandered onto the set.
Horny neighbor. It's all about horny
Oh,
neighbor.
he's there too! He teleported!
He's got a
He
side-
teleported!
Was that the same grandpa?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He had like
They
a-
only had so many extras, so they had to move them to the other side for the reverse shots.
Mystical teleporting grandpas.
I didn't hear anything.
God, you son of a bitch.
Whoa!
Jesus.
Our next feature film is Phobe. The Xenophobic Experiments. The 90s DIY cult sensation, now remastered on DVD for the first time.
Oh my God, a glorious DVD.
This, looking at these pictures on the back, I am legitimately excited.
That light does look slightly dimmer. I think that bulb's on its way out.
Yeah, it gets like slightly more orangey.
Yeah, you
right
can
before
tell
it bursts.
it's got a hint of
So,
dimness.
well, if the light goes out while we're shooting, can we just be done with the episode? Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
I like it that
The
you-
light will go out, and then by the time you get them on, I'll just be gone.
It'll just vanish. We fear that this key light might go out.
Yeah, it's possible.
And
It
if
looks like it's on the verge.
If
of
it
going
does,
out.
the episode will just abruptly end with no conclusion. Even if we don't get past the first film.
Speaking of ending with no conclusion.
Oh.
This was my first offering onto the plate of Best of the Worst. Say, hey, I found a weird movie too to add to the collection, and it's been sitting there enticing us for the past
decade.
We've teased it. It's been on the Plinketto board.
On and off the Plinketto board.
So the big question is, was it worth the wait? Trick question, no.
Hey, Scott! Leave her alone. Why don't you just mind your own business?
Whoa! Whoa!
Oh. The story of Twin Dragon Encounters is very simple. This is the laziest of the vanity projects we've ever seen.
This is the vanitiest vanity project we've ever done.
Twin Dragon Encounters is the tale of the McNamara twins who are real-life karate instructors.
Once upon a time.
Era that saw plastic heroes and vigilante.
Oh.
Men.
Real men.
men.
Well,
Who knew the meaning of life? Those celebrated martial artists. What?
Wait, why did
So
we
this isn't that pussy Hollywood shit. These are the real guys.
Yeah, jumping jack, motherfucker! They just wanted to impart onto us that they were super strong. The ladies loved them, and they owned a boat and possibly an island.
And a kung fu school.
Yes.
And 2 matching vans. And a poster.
See, normally in the Vanity Project, the guy who sees himself as the biggest badass in the world wants to be like in the action movie foiling this massive crime plot. But this, they are so full of themselves, all they need is themselves. They don't need to be in an action plot.
We don't need a story, there's us.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It's like an Adam Sandler movie. They just filmed their vacation.
Yeah.
There's no difference between them either. Like,
Oh no,
characterization-wise, yeah.
Please, right.
And yeah.
Well, they're both the most badass people ever. They don't need any other characteristics.
Just for a second there, I thought, which one is which one?
It doesn't matter.
And yeah. I was gonna say one could like always wear a shirt, but he'd never let that happen.
Look,
We're going to go on vacation with our girlfriend.
We're gonna take some babes and wander around in the woods.
That's a movie.
I just spent the last like 4 minutes trying to formulate a joke with their 2 matching kung fu vans and vanity project.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I just
So the only thing you came up with is the idea of a joke.
it just didn't work.
Yeah.
I'm just like nothing's firing in my brain. It's been rotted to the core by
It's been a rough night.
all these movies tonight.
Your efforts were in vain.
Oh.
That took 5 seconds, Mike.
It is a quintessential dual vanity project.
Okay.
Hi, Mick. Hi, Martin.
We don't like twins in these parts.
Wild and rugged for me. I might not make it back.
Oh, those guys are looking for trouble.
Yeah. You
They're
can
just
tell.
waiting for that waitress to go away so they can make some comment.
Hey, you better drink your milk and cookies, boys, so you grow up nice and strong.
Okay.
Oh no, it started raining. Now I can't mow the lawn tomorrow.
It looks like a Mack truck. Shut your mouth.
Hey, you. Apologize for calling me a.
It's okay, I'll stop the rain anytime so you can mow it tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, it's really. How about you apologize for calling me a Mack truck?
Shut up, you Mack truck.
Canadians insult each other.
They leave in their twin vans, and then they stop at a diner to get coffee. And immediately, a table of like dudes are just like, we hate you, we hate you.
We get a classic Canadian insult here.
Apologize for calling me a Mack truck.
Well, the insult that starts it all is, you look like you drink milk and cookies.
That's right. They call them like, they keep referring to them as like little boys or like young men, which I think factors into the midlife crisis.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Michael, we're
the
turning 50
insecurity
this year.
Yeah. The insecurity, that's what I was saying at a certain point in the movie. I was like, these two were probably picked on in elementary school. Like,
Yes.
They're horribly overcompensating now.
But just run-of-the-mill, like, redneck guys at a restaurant are just like insanely jealous and angry at them. They want to insult them because they're there with their ladies and they're getting coffee and they're all happy. Oh, they're so mad and jealous because they're so fucking awesome and they have to pick a fight.
Did they slow it down because it came out awkward?
Yes.
Yeah.
Film it all from one wide shot.
Wow, they even threw the first punch.
I was just about to say that. They are committing battery and assault.
And one comment about cookies.
They were not in physical danger. These guys didn't even start a fight. They just walked outside with them. Oh, that was so awkward. They slowed it down because it came out bad.
Explosive action. Well, this is when we get the dramatic contrast between how awesome these guys think they are and the execution of the actual fight scene, which is embarrassing and terrible.
And to be fair, they go hard on the fight sequence, on how awesome the fights are on the back of the box.
Yes, yeah. There's lots of hyperbole going on.
Oh, they sell it.
Get ready for some of the most spectacular martial arts action ever filmed. Apparently, the McNamaras thought that they were too fast for the human eye to comprehend their awesome kung fu moves, so they, in post, slowed down the footage.
You say that. I think it was a desperate attempt to stretch running time.
Well, that becomes clear later on that was an issue too.
Because we actually see, at the end of the movie, they still have more time to film.
Yeah, and by the time the credits start, it's like, the movie's what, an hour 10? Something like that? Yeah.
So what they do is, they just condense the movie and play the movie again.
This isn't a roll call, also. This is just re-showing footage.
It's just shots of the movie? Well, you gotta stretch it out.
It's gonna be every time they kick someone.
This is just like leftover footage. Oh look, it's the fights in.
Oh, it's in real time.
Oh.
Oh, yes, and it does look...
It looks better. So much better.
Yes, that looked like a normal fight.
That was fast, but
Yes.
it looked decent.
So you get to see every fight scene again, but in real time.
Which is a weird decision if you're trying to stretch the running time. You'd think they would just show it in slow motion again. Or show other scenes in slow motion. Why not?
Or show them in real time during the movie and in slow motion during the movie wrap-up after the
Yeah,
movie's
because the
over.
fights looked better in real time.
They did. They might, I don't know anything about martial arts. They might be good at it, right? They're clearly in shape, right? They're good at possibly doing their kung fu, but they're not good at translating it into a movie.
Oh, he hit him right in the head.
Kicked in the head.
Oh my god, that teenager's getting beat up. He didn't even do anything. He just works at the dock. Oh, this is.
And it's clearly a post-production decision because it wasn't filmed in slow motion.
Right.
It must have just looked bad.
I don't know. Or maybe
But
they thought
does
it
it
looked
really
badass.
look better in slow-mo?
But see, okay, in real time, that all that would have been 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That's when you need like a master director or filmmaker to come in. And they went, okay, guys, everybody come out, and here's how we do the scene. I kick you, you kick me, and we're done. And then you need a person with a filmmaking brain to come out and go, oh wait, no, we've got to make this like 8 minutes long, right?
Right.
Because and then this happens and this happens and you cut to here.
If we
and
shoot it from this angle, it'll look like you're contacting.
Right, and then you have to repeat this, and this guy gets knocked over a garbage can, and he gets up, and while he's getting up, you guys are doing. They didn't understand any of that. They just choreographed the scene, and they just did it in 10 seconds, and it happened, and it was over. And I think that's the real case is later on when they put the movie together, it was 40 minutes, and they stretched that.
I'm sure as actual martial artists, the McNamaras are very talented. But like being a precise and technical martial artist does not look cool on camera.
No.
That being said, they clearly thought they looked very cool. So that's why it's funny to
Can we talk about the log cutting scene?
There's so much gnarly shit happening on the screen right now.
They're cutting wood.
Fuck yeah. Cut it.
We have that same song.
Yeah, we do.
They're using a rickshaw to cut wood back and forth.
They got their foot up on a log, just like heaving back and forth on this giant log, just brother to brother, gut to gut. Oh yeah.
It doesn't help that they look like every 70s porn star.
Well, come on, guys. I want to go swimming.
So go swimming. We've got work to do.
So join us.
There's the water. Swim.
Why aren't we the gentlemen?
Us gentlemen have got work to do. Go swimming. Enjoy it. Come on, Martin.
I think they're in love with each other.
Well, yes. Okay, so imagine this. Imagine you're incredibly vain, and you have an identical twin.
Yeah, you could not be attracted to
It's like
your brother.
Exponential vanity.
And so you look at your identical twin and know it's a reflection of you, and you just go, "You're beautiful." I'm
Yeah,
beautiful,
that's true.
We're beautiful together. It's like it's a feedback loop.
The only person who will meet up to your standards is another you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they have another you.
But you have to cast girlfriends, because you gotta have girlfriends, because you're the coolest.
Because they're not gay.
It doesn't count when you're twins. That's just super masturbation.
Yeah.
But their overcompensation for their, I guess what would you call?
Well,
I guess it's literally homosexual.
Well, they're overcompensation for possibly.
Look at that. The guys are still chopping.
Is this the scene where you guys chop the wood logs? You guys want the ladies here for the scene?
No, just me and my brother.
Facing each other.
Yes.
In fact, can we get the women out of the movie somehow? Maybe they get kidnapped. Oh, that leads to the biggest laugh in the movie. You were out of the room for that.
Oh,
the ladies get kidnapped, and they're putting together the clues of who might have kidnapped the women.
Doesn't Soldier Jake smoke these things? Check the cabin. Our poster's gone. Must be the phone.
That got a bigger musical sting than the girls getting kidnapped. That is shocking.
Yes. What happened? You missed the ultimate act of vanity.
Yes.
Because the bad guys, when they kidnapped the women, also went through the cabin and for some reason took a poster of the McNamara twins to like poke at and the bad guy.
They kick a hole in it at some point.
Even they're so awesome. Even the bad guys can't resist taking their posters.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I got that there.
and so they figure out that the women have been stolen.
You know what would have been really great is if the McNamara twins got kidnapped and it was the ladies who had to go save them.
Little twists. Yeah.
I mean, like you were throwing things around about something about finding the ancient diamond. like we're just
he was
talking
throwing
like
out
a
ideas
plot.
for a plot. Yeah.
I know anything.
My grandfather told me he hid buried treasure in these woods.
Oh, and then the
And
militia.
I got the clues to find it, but we got to solve the clues.
And the militia says, we need that buried treasure to fund our.
Ooh, okay, I have
Bermuda
84
militia.
construction.
Oh, we're both working
Thanks.
towards something. fuck no.
That's
like,
interesting.
The McNamaras don't
Very
even necessarily want to sleep with their girlfriends. There's nothing.
Well, we know why that is.
Can you construct a monkey?
Can I construct what? Monkey?
Literally sitting on
Yes.
No.
Hmm.
Why do you have to be so cruel? Why?
Look, if I wanted to be mean, I'd ask if you could construct a freaking Zenite gem.
Well, that's the same. It's basically the same state.
No, monkey's something different.
No.
Monkey would be. Could make an effigy of the monkey and then burn it. Clearly.
They wanna get their ATV, that vibration going.
Their girlfriends get kidnapped when they're out on a canoe ride together, shirtless.
That's right.
They are not separated from each other. They're in love with themselves.
Oh, they have no personality to distinguish them from one another.
Well, yeah.
Or no personality.
They are absolutely identical, and I think that's what they like about each other.
That's what it comes down to.
And I think that can answer a lot of like this movie for a vanity project is shockingly chaste. Like there's no like male gaze.
Can we cut to the ATV scene again?
Sorry.
That's a problem when that's the most sexually charged scene in the film. Yeah.
Is shockingly heteroly chaste. Like usually you get a shot of like the girl taking off her shirt with the bikini underneath.
Yeah.
It's incidental footage of women in bikinis.
Exactly. So
It's like a documentary.
This
Like we
happens
just
to be
captured it.
while they're panning the shirtless men. Get more shots of my pecs, eh?
Every shot of the girl is like, oh yeah, here's the girl, here where she is. Every shot of the McNamara is just like, oh, working out. It's shocking, but once you realize that the only thing they care about is this.
Hey!
Oh, this is one of those things. This is your rickshaw.
It's a rickshaw!
Oh my God. For no reason, on their magical island, they have weapons of war hidden under like camouflage netting. Yes. We've got machine guns. We've got an ATV. We've got a tank. We've got
a rickshaw.
A rickshaw. We've got a rocket launcher.
Classic water rickshaw.
And they even have like camo.
Yes, yeah.
Now, a classic 80s movie would be a well-armed militia with weapons of war, guns, grenades, blah, 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 are defeated by two guys and their only weapon is their karate knowledge, right? That's classic.
And their ingenuity.
Well, that's kind of, is that Deadly Prey? Classic stuff.
But they couldn't resist, though. We know karate, we are buff, we have ladies, but we also know archery, and we also know guns.
Well, even the one part when one of the girlfriends ends up fighting, they very specific.
Okay. Before the night ends, we'll do one gauntlet attempt. So we've gotten a few defense levels, a couple range levels, a magic level. It's gonna be slightly easier than it was last time. Just slightly though. Caught.
Yep.
Huh? Pick it. Pick that. Pick peppers.
Cat, what if I told you I wanted my hands?
Cat says you don't need those.
True. That is what the cat is saying.
Oops, put this back up. That is a lot of things. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Nope. Well, give me my second one. Alright. Go ahead and do this. Put a range. Kill this guy.
What's a jauntlet run?
That's what I said.
Like, I can only pay so much attention while petting Cot.
It seems like it'd be pretty easy to pay attention when petting a cat.
No, she's very distracting.
Die, rat.
Is the lobster there?
Someone's going kind of wrong.
3 lobsters, 4.
Do you know what a scorpion looks like? Do you not know what a scorpion looks like, rather?
Like, those are no scorpions, those are clearly lobsters.
I'm not gonna even make my prep time, I don't think. I guess it's possible. Okay, now it's definitely possible. Oops.
I guess I put cat. Five radioactive dead cats.
What are you on about?
You just put 5 green cats into your inventory.
They're not green cats.
Like, I'm sure if you blew the image up to something larger, it would still look like a cat, definitely.
They're some sort of fish.
Tell that to the small stream resolution. Now you're picking up Swiss Army knives. Now you put them all in the red thing. Red bat.
I don't really want to have my prayer turned on this whole time. Okay, whatever, good enough. Get the frick away from me, you bastards.
Don't bat my face.
Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
Uh-huh! They're not supposed to last that long. What the actual frick?
Two, one,
No, don't do that, kitty.
range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two,
I'm click
one,
the switch!
made.
Don't do this garbage to me.
Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
Dude, switch.
Two, one, range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
Sometimes your clicks just don't work.
Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
Can you stop chunking me?
Range.
This, like, isn't supposed to... I made plenty of food. This isn't supposed to be any sort of limiting factor.
2, 1, made.
No, I'm not even gonna go freaking close to him.
2,
He's just hurting
1,
ridiculously
range.
bad. Well,
2, 1, made. 2, 1.
so freaking stupid! Stop hitting me every single time!
2, 1, made. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, made.
Just kill me. It's so freaking dumb. Yeah, I mean, I think my plan of 80 defense is just absolutely freaking necessary. I just get hit so much, I can't do anything. Oh, 55 trout.
Specifically cut to flashbacks of the McNamara's telling her how to fight. Because that's more important. Them explaining the fighting is more important than her fighting.
Jay, they also have to advertise their karate school.
I guess that's a part of it too.
Well, you know, like, sure, she
All right,
beat
I'm
the
going to
bad
bed.
guy, but
Good
the
night.
real victor was
She
them
beat it because
for
they
preaching
trained
stuff.
her.
Exactly, Jack.
What?
Exactly.
So it's time for you to get down.
I'm belonging to a cat, crazy cat person.
I tell the cat I'm putting it down, and now I'm a crazy cat person.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna go mining for a bit.
They're the real heroes.
They're real men, just like the opening credits scroll tells us.
Yeah, this isn't any of that pussy Hollywood bullshit.
Those pussy Hollywood action heroes, you know, who wear the camouflage and bust out their guns.
Yeah, that's right. It was a contradiction.
Yeah, this isn't a movie like that.
Oh, okay, bye. Fuck you. Fuck your trauma.
Why did we even come?
What? No.
This
Wait,
isn't gonna be
No. No. What?
The rest of that summer.
Oh God! That's not how you end a movie.
Now, I know we've used up a lot of our brain power on this, and we still have to go through American Rickshaw.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I just thought about that. But I wanted to bring up one thing. The real life Martin and Michael McNamara. This was an interesting bit that we looked up afterwards. There's a song in the film. It's like a cheesy 80s rock song. Fight for your right to fight. And a lot of their motivation for probably making this movie or getting involved in I don't know, media or whatever they're doing is Canada is really against like cage fighting, MMA style fighting, and they really want people to have the right to fight.
Yeah, and Canada outlaws it to this day.
Yeah.
I don't follow MMA fighting, and so you can go to
Oh, you know what? I should go buy
Celestialdragon.com right now to read some of the history of their battling the
Celestial?
government for.
I tried to read it.
My
The
name is
website's a little
Stardust.
broken.
Is it Canada or just one specific like province
Well,
or
that's why I said
city?
Ontario.
Okay.
It's
Ontario.
hard.
Gauntlet
it's
is
hard
dead.
to
Get Ed
read,
Sheeran
but
in here.
apparently there's been some governmental pushback on like regulations for an arguably very dangerous sport.
Sure.
And they have been trying to fight that. They are fighting for their right to fight.
Legally fighting.
Yes.
The underlying theory that there's a conspiracy involved in the upper echelon of the Canadian government that's stopping Canadians from punching the shit out of each other.
I want to legally beat the shit out of someone else in a cave.
But they already have that. It's called hockey.
Boom!
Hey, you. Apologize for calling me a Mack truck.
So, Mike, what's a rickshaw?
It's a really good question, Jack. And now I know the answer.
Did you honestly not know what a rickshaw was?
I didn't know what a rickshaw was. No. I'll be honest
There's a
with you.
famous Seinfeld episode where Kramer starts a rickshaw business.
Yeah,
He's running around New
I
York with a
remember the
rickshaw.
episode. I don't remember the name.
Speaking of older men dating younger women,
Yes, that's true.
You didn't want to share your birthday, so you burned his ass. You killed him. Hey, Scott! Don't you say that! Don't ever say it again! Come on! You're strangling me!
So anyway, so Rich, why don't you explain American rickshaw to the best of your ability?
To the best of my ability, I will explain.
This is pretty extreme whiplash because we went from a movie with no story to a movie with way too much story.
Yes, it was narrative whiplash.
Yeah.
American Rickshaw. Oh my
so mad. My toilet won't stop, like, just running every once in a while, sometimes. And I don't know why. It's making me angry.
My God, is the story.
You can do it. We believe in you.
I was gonna say it's about a man who drives a rickshaw, but really the centerpiece of the story is an ancient Chinese immortal witch who is picked up by a man in a rickshaw who was born on 6666, which means he has the power of the tiger. And there's also a TV evangelist who is
Played by
evil
Donald Pleasance.
and seduced the witch to steal her magic immortality bull statue, which made the witch become old.
What the heck is going on here?
And then he also had a kid who coincidentally was born on 6666. Only he was evil. He was an evil pervert who liked to film people having sex without their knowledge.
On a yacht.
On a yacht. And for no particular reason, he decided to steal the ancient bull statue that his father also stole, and he put it in a safety deposit box in a train station. And he kept the key on a chain around his neck.
Preach on, brother.
Everything you're saying is absolutely true.
What the heck is going on here?
And then one day,
Come on.
when he was
Come on.
he decided to film one of his perverted films. He used the rickshaw guy. So lured the rickshaw guy onto a yacht, filmed him having sex. The rickshaw guy found out about 6 months ago. He gave the ancient Chinese witch a ride on his rickshaw.
My cat and I have watched over you since your birth.
And then she sent him an ancient Chinese talisman.
Come on.
In the mail.
Come on.
With a note. A note that he never read. Because his neighbor, who was having an argument with her husband, distracted him. And he dropped the note down the stairwell into the garbage.
And I guess he was just too lazy to go get it.
Too lazy to go down and get the note. And we still to this day don't know what the note
Rats
said.
ate the note.
The evil other son who was born on the same exact day.
Who's missing a thumb.
Who's missing a thumb for no reason. Used to rent his rickshaw out. To take him to have sex with him and film the ancient Chinese witch's cat meowed. Halfway across town, which he heard on the boat somehow, and that made him look in the closet. And you know, he didn't hear the guy in the closet, he heard the cat. He still found the evil son in the closet. Which caused him to immediately turn around and punch the woman he was about to have sex with right in the fucking face. And then he just beat the shit out of everybody in this yacht. In which I think, you know, kind of disproportionate amount of violence for what happened. But he beats the shit out of everybody. And then he goes home.
Well, no, he tries to take the tape because he's upset that they were making a sex tape without his knowledge.
He tries to take the sex tape, but for absolutely no reason, the evil son switched the sex tape with the all-important tape of him explaining what the key hanging around his neck was that opened the locker in the train station to the evil bull statue.
Which we never get to hear the contents of that tape.
No.
We never get to hear the contents of that tape.
The sex tape and the switcheroo tape both are MacGuffins.
This is the only thing connecting you to the dead guy, and we're gonna make it disappear.
What? No. That's the most efficient way you can think of to do that.
It's gonna smoke.
Rickshaw man steals the wrong tape, which was switched out for no reason, goes home, and then his roommate convinces him he has to go back to the boat to get the right tape. So he goes back to the boat and finds out that the evil son has been murdered by hands of steel. At which point, the ancient Chinese lady cat freaks out and the boat burns down with him on it.
She uses her magical witch
She
powers
uses
to
her
burn the boat?
magical witch powers to burn the boat. It's not sure if this is done deliberately or if her powers were just out of control. It's not clear.
What the heck is going on?
What ignites the boat, a quick aside, our hero, Rickshaw Guy, I don't know his name was.
Rickshaw Guy.
Olympic gold medalist.
Mitch Gaylord.
Something Gaylord.
Yeah.
Can we call him Rick Shaw?
Hey, I approve.
Okay, Rick Shaw steps on broken glass with his bare feet, which cuts his foot, which causes blood all over the interior of the yacht.
Right.
And when Witch Lady, she's psychically connected with him through the talisman, or some kind of he's the Tiger King, and he's got tiger blood.
whatever, and her psychic powers ignite the blood.
Yeah.
And his blood is what starts on fire.
Yes.
But not necessarily, because later the witch starts another fire and there's none of his blood.
Well, in this specific case, it was the blood that started the fire.
Look, this is
Any
ancient
other
Chinese
fires,
magic, okay?
They're unrelated fires, also caused by the witch's psychic
Okay,
powers.
all right. Don't you bring in a little rationality into this. But the boat burns down then.
So then he jumps off a boat right as the cops are arriving to see someone jump off a boat, but they can't identify who it was. Hands of Steel is looking for the key so he can steal the statue back for his master, who is the evil televangelist. And so he steals all of the VHS tapes from the boat. And then he realizes, oh no, the tape that I don't know why I know exists and that explains what the key is missing.
He didn't know. He didn't know that he made a confession about the key. Why did he make a confession tape about the key at all?
It never comes into play.
His sole purpose, that Mr. Thumbless, his sole is he a pervert because he can't masturbate because he's got a thumb?
You can still.
He has another hand.
I guess so.
Yeah, but his left one.
Well,
come
I
on,
guess,
it's not the same.
You see, he's an unrelated VHS pervert.
They call him a video freak.
I heard that Jason Bourne was a video freak.
A video freak.
Yeah.
Or a sex pervert.
Could have been a sex maniac.
Sex maniac.
Sex maniac.
Jay remembers all these things.
Yeah, any of the pervert lingo I remember.
Video freak.
What he is a pioneer. Because I guess porno didn't exist before then. Or he had some kind of special fetish about his own pervert, like voyeur
He
porn.
has a thing for involuntary porn.
Involuntary voyeuristic yacht porn.
If they made this today, would he have a website called Bang Rickshaw?
Well, that's another question we had. Is the rickshaw business in Miami just a front for prostitution?
Hey girls, wanna ride the American rickshaw? Hey babe, ride with me, give you a discount. I'll carry you Mars if you prefer. Bye. See you later. Yeah.
Because one of the other rickshaw guys is very like flamboyantly gay, and he's approaching people to get on his rickshaw as if like a prostitute would approach a potential customer, a John.
Sir, would you like a ride? Sure. Take me downtown.
Take me downtown.
We know what that means.
Scott Edwards is considered a serious and hardworking kid according to his university professors and the rickshaw pullers.
I spent all night with the rickshaw.
And then rickshaw guy, when he carries stripper girl to the yacht, no second thoughts. She's just like, come on the boat and let's fuck. And he's like, okay, stranger.
She lures him in a little. He's a little
She lures him
reluctant,
by turning around and looking at him again.
He doesn't respond like it's customary. It's a little bit.
To be fair, it's his roommate's job. And his roommate can't do the job because his roommate broke his leg.
Yes.
So
Presumably
maybe,
having sex with someone.
Maybe it normally is a sex thing, but because he's filling in for his roommate who normally does that job, he just doesn't know that.
Wait
aspect.
a minute. There's another element to this mystic witch lady that we missed. So the witch lady has a magic cat and a magic cobra. Do you remember how the roommate broke his leg?
I risked breaking my neck to avoid that friggin' snake.
He was running on his rickshaw and a cobra came out of nowhere and he broke his leg, so the other person would have to take over for the rickshaw.
So she was pulling the strings all this time.
Pull the strings.
Pull the strings.
Isn't that crazy?
And then all she needed was for somebody to get a key and go to the bus depot and open up the locker.
Wow.
That's all this whole convoluted plot is all about that.
You think she can't do it herself because she can't walk, but at the end of the movie, she gets up and walks.
Yeah.
Or she could have, well, they had to get the key off the neck of the televangelist's sex pervert son.
It seems like there'd be a less convoluted way to do that.
So the cat could have stolen it in the middle of the night.
But
while
also,
he's
it's a
sleeping.
bus depot that is handicap accessible.
Probably, yeah.
This whole movie's bullshit.
Look, it's a lot easier to manifest a snake, to spook a rickshaw driver, to break his leg, so the rickshaw driver's roommate would have to take over the job so he could pick up a redheaded stripper to take her back to a yacht where she would try to have sex with him, where he would get outed by the sex pervert, who he would then steal the key off of his neck and throw it out the window for no reason. So he would have to go back there later and dive into the water to get the key.
Only to have it stolen by Iron Fist, so then he could pick it up underneath the cat in the bus station.
Right, right.
As simple as pie.
It's a foolproof plan.
Gotta buy groceries. Gotta buy groceries. You gotta pay them. What's wrong with Mike?
According to the movie, the Donald Pleasant used the boar statue to rise in power.
Is he secretly a demon pig?
Tell them, Sarah. Tell them I'm the Joker.
That was just him clearing his throat. Man. He keeps doing this thing. Oh, no! He is a pig man.
What the fuck? Guys! What the fuck?
Those are great reaction shots.
I think that's the idea. Is just he's evil. He's rotten inside, and so when he dies, it manifests itself
I'm looking
physically.
at it too literally.
Yeah.
Look, the important part is that Donald Pleasant starts winking like a pig at the end of this film. That's what matters.
And a creepy pig pops out of his skin, and it's super gross. It's great.
Yeah, we turn into Videodrome for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
After his wife shoots him to death.
Yeah.
In front of the whole world. And he starts oinking. He starts oinking like a pig. Which we speculated may have been unrelated to the story that they had to work in.
Killing people?
I didn't kill anybody. You were there and you saw what happened.
You beat him to death.
I did not. The guy was alive when we left the yacht.
I only told the police what I saw.
Bullshit. The cops are saying you saw me kill the guy.
It's a clear exchange of information. I'm very happy about this. Just get right down to the nitty gritty. Explain your positions very clearly.
Come on.
Oh, she's out of there.
Why isn't she taking her own car?
Yeah, he was the one that wanted to change cars. What the fuck difference does it make to her?
Because that's a better car, okay?
We haven't talked much about the main plot of this movie.
Go right ahead. Talk about the main plot, because I don't know what it is.
What I'm saying is Rich made a very detailed rundown, which is a lot of
I only got
little
halfway
things.
through.
That's right. That's right. I don't even know if you got halfway. You just got to like the first act.
Well, but you explained the ending stuff first, which is in a different movie. That would be the way the story is told, so we understand what's happening.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were confused the whole way through this movie, and then at the end they dump all the information on you, and you're like, oh, now it kind of makes sense.
In terms of us as an audience identifying with a character and or their arc, i.e. Rickshaw.
Well, what the fuck was I supposed to do? Just go ahead and let that porno freak film my bare ass?
They pay better. Didn't you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
No, Rickshaw is just like a pawn in this other story.
So
he's a bad protagonist.
Yes.
He's our main character, and he does almost nothing
So
relevant.
where is our narrative arc? Where is our plot?
It's the witch and Donald
It's
Pleasant.
on the witch.
Yeah.
The B plot to this movie is our main character's plot, which is him trying to clear his name for the murder of televangelist's son.
Yeah. After an incredibly awkward and toxic love story.
I've got nothing to say to you. Get out or I'll scream.
You scream, I swear to God, I'm gonna stick you with this thing, all right? I found it in the gutter. I'm sure you're familiar with AIDS.
Yes!
All right, yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with AIDS.
He found it in the gutter. That's a decent threat.
That's not bad. Drive the car or I'll give you AIDS.
It is bizarre.
Oh, yeah.
That is...
Rich, Italian.
Look, all I know is that this couple, they overcame a lot of obstacles. He threatened to give her AIDS. She threatened to accuse him of rape.
take it easy. You make a move and I might have you arrested for rape.
Well,
Jesus.
He did just flat out belt her the first time
That's
they met.
true.
Oh, was that a flirtatious line?
That is
That is
flirting with the idea of rape.
Why? Nothing about that makes any
Because
sense.
jeans were already wet when he got in there.
Multiple
Yeah, it's the
takes.
second take.
Yeah.
You're right.
They had quite the roller coaster relationship.
This is Marriage Story all over again.
It's lots of ups and downs.
She threatened to accuse him of rape.
Yeah. But no, you're incredibly right. He has no, he doesn't do anything.
He's this stagnant, boring protagonist, Rickshaw.
He saves the day in the end when the bad guy gets himself hit by a truck.
Oh my God!
Oh, somebody ran over a dummy.
Chinese mysticism turned him into a dummy.
Yes, this guy is
He's useless.
literally. She just needs someone who can walk.
Yes. Yes.
That's his job. You have the power of the tiger. I'm in a wheelchair.
Yes.
And the bad guy only got hit by a truck because the witch made a snake appear.
She also made him so he couldn't hold the key. The witch did everything.
The witch did everything.
Oh, that's neat.
Whoa!
Oh God, that's cool.
Why did that happen?
What the heck is going on here?
She made the key melt through guy's hands and land on like a tile floor and melt through the tile floor.
Yeah.
But she couldn't open the safety deposit box in the lobby.
Like with
of-
magical
of the train
powers.
station,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it needed a key.
To be fair,
My dear friend, my name is Madame Moon. I am the woman you helped in the rain about 6 months ago.
read the fucking
Just
note.
fucking read it. Who cares about these kids? Pick up the note. What the fuck?
Just read the fucking note. That's all you gotta do. Read the fucking note.
Starring Olympic athlete Mitch Gaylord. Don't know if you know this about Mitch Gaylord. He is in the Olympic Hall of Fame. He is in the Jewish Athletes Hall of Fame. And he, according to IMDb trivia, invented 2 moves to be performed on the high bar in the gymnastics competition, both named after himself, the Gaylord Flip and the Gaylord 2. The Gaylord Flip is, of course, when you take a straight boy and show him a good time.
Oh,
And the Gaylord 2 is the McNamara brothers.
there you go.
Is when you go on an ATV ride.
on a 3-wheeled ATV with 1 seat.
So moving on to our third film, Phobe, the xenophobic experiments. Mike, what can you say about what we watched of Phobe?
Oh, I could say that it was boring, and it sucked. Jay, you said this was recommended to us by.
This was recommended by Colin from Canada.
Yes, and
which made this 2 Canadian films tonight.
Right. Sandwich, Canadian-American sandwich, literally American. But the backstory of this is some girl,
Erica Benedicti,
in the 90s made a movie. She worked at a Canadian television station, public access TV station, made a crappy DIY science fiction film for like $100, and it played on Canadian airwaves for years to fill dead air.
Yeah.
And so it became a cult sensation, as claimed on the back of the box. So Colin maybe has fond memories of it.
But we don't.
It's on that horrible feeders level. Any movie on that level of amateurishness, it needs something special to be worthy of discussion.
Yeah.
Like the Black Cobra versus the White Fox. That's something special.
Similar level of production, but it's so crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And-
This is we got in. There was like 15 minutes of two rednecks with mullets wandering around the woods, and then we were like, we're done.
There was some kind of alien mask and monster.
There may be
and
later
we
in the
didn't
movie.
get
There
to.
may be a really amazing laser fight or something. I don't know.
We couldn't get there.
We did. Yeah, we were like, we're done.
So what's the radio for? That's just so I can call for some backup. So I can phone my world, and that way once I catch the fold, I can leave this planet, and hopefully your world will be safe forever.
We had to stop it because we couldn't take it anymore. And we replaced it with a movie that we had watched on a previous movie night.
Just a few days earlier.
Just a little bit earlier. Infested. A movie that we just watched that we were kind of hooked on.
We had a lot of. I don't even want to say quick questions.
Where do we start? Infested is.
Let's get the story out of the way first. The actual plot of the movie.
Okay.
It's The Big Chill meets Night of the Living Dead meets what was that one with the bugs in the 90s? The killer bugs.
Arachnophobia.
Wasn't there? Well, I guess arachnophobia is a better choice. Yeah.
Well, the idea of because this group gets together for a funeral and they all hang out in a house. That's the big chill element, and then flies get into their mouth and it like takes over their bodies, right?
Yeah, they turn into little like bug zombies.
Yeah.
Effectively, they turn into zombies. Yes.
Yeah. And that's specifically I was thinking of Night of the Creeps. They're little slug monsters in that, but they get into your mouth and they infect your brain and they control your body and you're basically a zombie.
A couple of generico horror movie premises mixed with some 90s drama rom-com premises. Friends.
Gen X commentary, kind of?
When is the last time any of you listened to one of these babies?
Yeah, there's a couple of late 90s, early 2000s things going on. And all
Cell phones, huh? How about that?
How about
I can't get a signal.
I think like that's the biggest starting point, which is this looks as if it is an episode. It's like a Halloween episode of Friends.
Mm-hmm.
That is the budgetary feel of it.
The movie opens with 2 Tickets to Paradise by Eddie Money. All the landmarks of New York City in 2002. There's Radio City Music Hall. There's Times Square. There's a bunch of smoking rubble. There's, and then we discovered during this montage, and everyone's. What is so funny?
Nothing's funny.
What?
It's Eddie Money.
2 Tickets to Paradise is a good song. I don't know what the fuck you're laughing at.
2 towers, 2 tickets to paradise. Is it all connected?
2 dragons.
Twin dragons.
Twin dragons.
Whoa.
Oh my God. The McNamara brothers caused 9/11.
The Macrame brothers.
This is a horror movie.
Really?
Yeah.
You're infested. You're right. This is great. The one where the gang runs into killer bugs.
But everyone's getting phone calls that something has happened.
They look devastated by it. And I guess that's supposed to be a amusing contrast between the 2 Tickets to Paradise song and them getting the devastating news that their friend is dead.
Yeah.
Is that intentionally funny?
I think so.
Okay.
That's another question.
Well, it could be a literal ticket to paradise.
Like heaven?
Yeah.
I don't know. You're reading way too much into this. They went on the discount website to get the cheapest music rights.
Guys, we can get the real Eddie Money.
What's the cheapest real song we can license? Thanks, Google.
Eddie Money will sell you 2 Tickets to Paradise for a sync license to your feature film for $500.
Woohoo!
Did he have the Eddie Money 2 Tickets to Paradise deal where you get 2 Eddie Money songs?
There
for the
are
price
2
of
Eddie Money
one?
songs in the film.
Two tickets to paradise. Okay, no, this is immediately 100 times more interesting. The big question is this a comedy?
Yeah.
That's where you were leading up to.
Yeah, that's.
Is this a comedy? And why are these specific actors in this?
I think it's a horror film that's meant to have comedic moments. Similar to like a Shaun of the Dead, but not as comedic as Shaun of the Dead. Right. Because Shaun of the Dead's a real horror movie. It's just also really funny. And this has a couple moments that feel like they're trying to be kind of winking at the genre.
Couple of moments, but not enough.
Not enough. But then going into the actors, yeah, that's the real mystery of this film, is that it's so cheap, but it has a lot of, not A-listers, but a lot of professional actors in it.
Solid talent.
Yes. And they're all giving it their all.
And not necessarily like washed up talent who are like drunk on the set.
There's no Donald Pleasance in this film.
Something wrong with this mic.
You've got Tom Paris, fresh off of Voyager. He hasn't been out of work for 5 years, and that Voyager money's drying up. He like just finished filming the fucking series, and he's on the set to infest it.
Robert Duncan McNeil, Zach Galligan
from Gremlins,
Amy Jo Johnson, who most people will know as the Pink Ranger.
And Rich, you recognized a guy from V?
That was the most fucking amazing
It was
thing.
driving me nuts. We watched this like a week ago, and like, I know him from somewhere.
And he kind of looks like the actor from the Daredevil TV series, but a little
And
bloated.
you said that, and I thought, oh, maybe I'm just thinking of the Daredevil guy. And then just out of nowhere, it fucking hit me, because earlier today, Jay, you mentioned that you have the original V miniseries on DVD somewhere, and you haven't watched
on
it
Blu-ray,
yet.
and I haven't watched it yet.
And
yeah.
that was in the back of my head, and I just made the connection.
Isn't that amazing when that happens?
Yeah.
Come on, Eric. Can't you just live in the real world for just one fucking second? Just one?
What, you mean the one where the government actually respects human life? And where they never, ever, ever experiment with deadly viruses? Oh yeah, I would love to live in that one.
Jerking off. Can we figure a way out of this?
These 3 guys, they're taking it serious.
They're all trying. Everybody's kind of trying.
Yeah.
And before we get into the really...
Wait, one more actor.
Oh.
We have one more actor.
Yeah.
Who's our other actor?
Rem Lazar. And we happen to have an official Rem Lazar action
I don't think
figure.
it's official. No, I don't think that's an officially released action figure. It has our logo on the front of it.
That looks just like Rem Lazar.
Oh, yeah. Keep away from small children and acetone.
So this is something a fan made for us.
that.
That's great.
That's
so great.
But we have a Rem Lazar action figure now.
Rem Lazar was on a Wheel of the Worst episode.
Yes. Yeah, that was a wheel.
Yeah, and it's a creepy pilot of a children's show about a mysterious...
We're not 100% sure what the fuck it is, but it's really fucking weird.
Yeah, but the actor who played Rem Lazar appears in Infested.
Jack Mulcahy is his name.
That's right, Jay. So you got Tom Paris, a.k.a. Robert Duncan McNeil, Zach Galligan, Amy Jo Johnson, a.k.a. the Pink Ranger from the Power Rangers. We got the kid who was in V. We got Rem Lazar, and then we have 16 other white people, ladies that we lost track of. Yeah. Is that the same lady? A lady with a wig on, a lady who goes swimming.
That's never explained, the wig, by the way.
The wig?
It's obviously a wig. I assumed at one point she was going to get, like, the bugs were going to eat her hair off or something. There'd be some explanation as to why she's wearing a wig, and it never happens.
Jay, she has cancer.
Oh. Her dying wish was to be infested.
Aw, well, you did it.
She wanted to be in a movie with Zach Gallagher.
Zach Gallagher is Gallagher's younger brother.
Yeah, that's the guy who smashes the watermelon.
He smashes gremlins with a big melon.
But listen, all these other people, who knows? Like there was that guy we looked up. I was like, "Is that guy been in stuff?" And you looked him up, and he's like, "Oh, he's been in. He's working
Chin.
at."
These are all the Chin are all like
And all
they've been on
the-
every TV show every year.
A lady with the wig, lady with the curly hair.
Even
lady
the priest at the beginning. He's in a bunch of Darren Aronofsky movies. Yeah.
So that leads us. We have a cast, not necessarily like an A-list all-star, powerhouse cast, but people who have been in real things in something that looks like a made-for-TV Sci-Fi Channel original shot on VHS.
Yeah, it was shot on film. We looked it up after the fact.
You're right. Let's go to the car with torches. If lights kill him, fire's gonna scare the shit out of him.
Let's make some fire.
Oh, he fought for that line. Like, come on, let me say it.
I want the camera to push in on
Yeah.
it.
And I want to say, fuck yeah.
So here's my first speculation then. Are these all people who just know each other in the business and just as a lark, let's get together this weekend and we'll make a movie?
Well, there is a connection because the movie's written and directed by a guy named Josh Olson, who right after this movie wrote the critically acclaimed David Cronenberg film A History of Violence,
which is the last movie
released on VHS. You're making it look like it's about that specifically.
Yeah,
Twin Dragon
this is a
VHS tape.
It's also Twin Dragon Encounter.
Yeah. No, but famously, A History of Violence was the last movie to be mass-produced on VHS. But Josh Olson he directed this film with Zach Galligan, but he currently hosts a podcast with Joe Dante, who directed Gremlins.
Oh.
I don't know. So he apparently knows people in the industry.
And Zach Galligan appeared on an episode of Star Trek Voyager.
And you can only assume that the convention circuit would feature Amy Jo Johnson and Tom Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Is the V guy also doing that low-end convention circuit?
No, that could be. That was in V 30 years ago.
He's doing commercials for Viagra.
Viagra?
Close your mouth!
I think this is a fascinating idea. It's like, what if we shot a horror movie all during the day
in one location
with $50? It was like a bet.
with the budget of one episode of a television show. Yeah.
Can you do it? What's his name?
Josh Olson.
Yeah.
Josh Olson. Can you do it?
And then we're playing this on the Sci-Fi Channel. Like,
Yeah. You have $50.
Was there a bet? Because we speculated on a bet. And Joe Dante is kind of like he's smoking a cigarette. He's looking over his shoulder. He's like, no. There's a little more blood there.
Well,
And
Joe
he's-
Dante's like, I started out with Roger Corman. I know I can make a movie in a weekend.
Right.
He's off to the side judging whether or not what they're making qualifies as a good enough film.
Because the movie is consistently competent. It's bad, but it's never. It always feels like it's about to fall into amateur movie territory.
They
but
were
it never
running
does.
They were running out of time when they did the effects. It was like
That's-
11 p.m. on Sunday night by the time they got around to the CGI flies.
Yeah, that's where the movie falls apart. Is those post-production visual effects are fucking terrible. Didn't we theorize that we think they had a bad fake head, so they blurred it out so it wouldn't look as bad?
Sure.
Now it just looks horribly distracting.
Add motion blur to it, make it look better. Yeah. The really strange thing about this movie is it takes place at noon. It's just during the day, and so some of the horror elements come across as comedic.
Yeah. Well, that also ties in with the idea of them having to make this movie over a weekend because, obviously shoot at night, you need lights, it takes time. Shoot during the day, you don't have to worry about that. You just use daylight.
I think the biggest and most shocking thing is the level of quality.
Okay, that's enough Runecraft Mindscape.